Good evening and welcome to the July 16th, 2026 Broomfield City Council meeting. I am Mayor Pro Tem Jean Lim and I will be chairing tonight's meeting. The mayor is joining us remotely while she is at a conference. Information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings can be found on Broomfield's website at www.broomfield.org/council meetings. Public comment is welcome in person or through our call-in service. Instructions for calling in are available on the council meetings webpage. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 to 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 to 25 participants in the queue have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1 minute to speak. For those who wish to make public comments on either of this evening's agenda items, there is a sign-up sheet located in the lobby. That list, along with a list of those calling in, will be used to determine the order of the speakers. We will hear from 6 in-person individuals, then 1 phone caller until we hit these limits. Priority will be given to those who indicated they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. For any hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The council meeting is called to order. Mayor Castriata and council members Delgadillo, Ward, and Hinkle are attending remotely, and Councilmember McKenzie is absent. There are 6 council members in attendance. A quorum of the council is present. Councilmember Hinkle has not joined yet. We have that addition. We will notify you later. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that we gather on the ancestral and unceded lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and other Native peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this land for generations and continue to maintain deep cultural and spiritual ties to it. As the City and County of Broomfield, we recognize the responsibility to honor this legacy and the enduring presence of Native communities. May this acknowledgement inspire action that fosters greater understanding, truth, and respect for Indigenous peoples. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their communication to 2 minutes. We will plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Seeing none, are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, there are no items under petitions and communications this evening. Does any member of the council have any reports or updates this evening? Councilmember Twiss.
Thank you. I would just like to once again invite everyone to join us at our Ward 1 Town Hall service cleanup at the park. That's really long. It will be this Saturday, the 18th at 8:30 in the morning at Country Vista Park. We'll meet right in front of the park off of just east of Sheridan. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed elsewhere on this evening's agenda. Is there anyone who would like to be heard? Then please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
My name is Peter Kraus, and I live in Eagle Trace North. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. We're here tonight to consider spending our limited tax dollars to fund a station for Cocoa Express. When voters approved the Fast Tracks initiative in 2004, it was presented as a way to
Mr.
reduce.
Kraus, Mr.
Yes.
Kraus, could you wait until that item is heard, please?
Oh, I'm
That's-
sorry, I didn't realize.
Yes.
My bad.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinkle, yeah, make sure that you sign up on the sign up. Good, thank you. Councilmember Hinkle has joined the meeting. Is there anyone else who would like to make general public comment? Thank you.
Roxy Jula Lockmore. I just want to make a comment on a item that's going to be put onto the ballot. It has to do with changing the mayor's time. And I would like everybody to please be well educated on this item that's going to be on the ballot before you vote. It could decide whether you have a voice later in the future or not. 4 years is a long time. 8 years is even longer. As some people, I'm sorry, will say that even our presidents have gone through this same thing, but they're of the whole country. They're just not of quote, quote, CCOB. So please educate yourself on the item that's going to be on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments of a general nature? Are there any on the phone? There's no general public on the phone. So we will now continue with the reports section of the agenda. City Manager Hoffman or Attorney Rogers, do you have any reports this evening?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. There are no consent items to be heard this evening. The first item this evening is an update related to the Broomfield Town Square. This item also involves the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Therefore, we will convene a meeting of Borough. The meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order. I'll note that all members of the authority are present with the exception of authority members McKenzie and Goldstein. Authority member Law Evans is attending remotely, along with Mayor Castriata and council members Delgadillo, Ward, and Hinkle. This meeting was originally planned as a joint presentation by staff and the developer of the Broomfield Town Square. The discussion was going to focus on the developer's request for an extension on the requirement to obtain vertical permits for the project within 3 years, as well as their subsequent request to amend the development agreement to extend the public financing timeframe from 2044 to 2055, which equates to an additional $14 million from the city and county. After concluding the final round of negotiations and the developer indicating the conditions proposed by council could not be agreed to, the developer withdrew both extension requests. Council kept the meeting this evening to provide an update on the project and its status. The developer notified CCOB that they were not planning on joining this meeting this evening. For this item, we will have the staff presentation followed by public comment and then council discussion. I will now turn it over to City and County Manager Jennifer Hoffman and City and County Attorney Nancy Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I want to clarify that the extension was 2044 to 2050. It was a 6-year extension. May I have the first slide, please? Our apologies, we're queuing that up as we speak. As Mayor Pro Tem had indicated, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the community, this discussion was not initiated by staff nor council. It was prompted by the developer's determination that it was going to meet the September 12th, 2026 site development deadline. As a result, the developer requested the 18-month extension that Mayor Pro Tem indicated, as well as the extension of the 2019 redevelopment and reimbursement agreement for the city and county's tax participation financing. Simply put, the request before council this evening without the vote was a result of project delays. We have a timeline for assistance later after the presentation. But had the project progressed in accordance with the approved timeline, there would have been no request to extend the site development plan and no request to amend the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement. Thus, no reason for council to consider modifications to the original 2019 agreement. Those requests initiated several months of staff analysis, an independent financial review, negotiations, public discussion whether additional time and additional public participation were appropriate, and if so, under what conditions. They also represented the first opportunity for council to consider whether requests for additional time and additional public participation should include enhanced accountability measures. The original 2019 agreements did not establish interim performance milestones, and accordingly, no meaningful consequences of progress if it wasn't achieved before the September 2026 deadline. In other words, council was counting on the developer meeting the 36-month timeframe in order to get the additional items that were requested completed. Throughout those discussions, council sought to balance its continued support for the long-term vision of Broomfield Square with its responsibility to protect the community's investment, to ensure accountability and preserve the public benefits that form the basis of the original agreements. Council also considered whether any amended agreement should reflect the same development expectations that applies to all other major development that projects are seeking from public participation today. Those expectations are not unique to this project, but rather are consistently applied to all development projects. Ultimately, the developer chose to withdraw both requests. As a result, the original agreement remains in effect, including the September 12th site development plan deadline. The original intent of tonight's meeting was to discuss the developer's requests. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned before the meeting, the developer asked council to limit its discussion to single agenda topics and relate questions to that specific item. Council considered that request and determined it would instead conduct a broader review of the project history, agreements, timeline, current status, in the interest of transparency for the community. Following that discussion, the developer notified the city and county it would not be participating in tonight's meeting. We also want to acknowledge that the developer submitted an additional correspondence this afternoon. That information has been provided to the council. However, because it was received after staff had finalized the presentation and the memo, it couldn't be fully evaluated, vetted, verified, or incorporated in tonight's materials. The developer did indicate, and it's important for the community to know, they will be providing a detailed path forward, they're estimating by July 31st. And we look forward to receiving that information. The purpose this evening is not to revisit negotiations or to advocate for a particular outcome. Rather, is to present a factual record to explain the applicable agreements, the accompanying timelines, and ensure the community has an understanding of the project's current status. With that context established, The remainder of tonight's presentation will walk through the project's history, the approved agreements, the timeline of events, requests that were made, the negotiations that followed, and where the project stands today under the existing agreements. Staff is here and prepared to answer additional questions subsequent to the presentation, after the presentation, rather. Next slide, please. So again, the intended goal of tonight is to provide full transparency. There's been numerous conversations, letters going back and forth, executive sessions, and follow-up negotiations with the developer and with council. It was very important for council to have this meeting, regardless of the attendance of the developer, because they want to provide full transparency to the community where those discussions are, where they have been, and what may happen next. Those negotiations were based on information that was supplied by the developer when the existing request initially came in for us to do a deeper dive on the financial viability, not just the vision. No one is saying that the Broomfield Town Square is not a project that is not important to this community. It's under the circumstances which it is going to be delivered that is of question. One of the questions that we received from a community member, it's included in the Q&As, and we're going to talk about it later on tonight, are lessons learned. Lessons learned not just from Broomfield Town Square, but lessons learned from prior business development agreements, the impact and importance of urban renewal areas and the development agreements that are in those urban renewal areas, and the weight that councils, whether it be ones before this one or ones in the future, have to accommodate those decisions. The weight that councils and the responsibilities that they have to make 20 and 30-year discussions and decisions that impact all future community members is a heavy weight to bear. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot. So 2019 was the redevelopment agreement. Throughout this throughout the Q&A in this presentation, we'll refer to it as the RRA. We'll try to remember to reframe, so to remind you all that that was the original approved agreement. 2019 to 2023, we come up to the site development plan. Site development plan is what occurs in the development schedule after you get a planned unit development. So you have the initial concept, and then you have a much broader view of what a development's going to look like. And then you get to a site development plan. Site development plan says the where, the what, an accompanying timeline generally says the when. A site development plan, we'll get into this a little bit more, but it's a 36-month time frame for the developer to accommodate the construction schedule, the engineering, the design, the plans, which is about a 9-month process back and forth between our team and a developer, excuse me. It also allows time for vertical permits to be submitted and approved, but really the first key is the infrastructure, construction plan, and drawings. This is a particularly complex because of the lake design. We'll get into a little bit more about what that means in just a moment. The city's contribution, this is a very unique and a very unusual project in that we contributed, and these are 2019 numbers, for the land value. So it's about 40 acres, 29 which will be developed. Those acres were owned by Broomfield and dedicated to this project, along with the purchase of the Safeway building, the much anticipated, much discussed, much talked about redevelopment of that building that has been sitting vacant and deteriorating for just over a decade. 54 million tax increment financing for those of you that are unfamiliar with TIF. If you have a base of development and then you have the opportunity to implement an urban renewal area, which is a boundary around, it allows you to collect the money from the base. Anything else that is created, that's the increment. Part of that increment, Broomfield decided to contribute $54 million. That's not upfront money that Broomfield pays. It's over a period of time. Broomfield dedicated 100% of property tax, 50% of the sales tax, not to exceed 54 million. That number will be important later in the discussion because that is the extension since the project was put in place in 2023, anticipating development taking another 3 years. That 6-year extension is what the developer was originally seeking. So that would come onto the back end, which is estimated to be about $14 million. It's not $14 million in addition to the 54 million. It is the total of 54 million. It's just the delayed project. They want to be sure they capture that on the end. That's part of that request. Next slide, please. As with any project, any significant developed project, as well as even residential and smaller mixed-use projects, it requires additional financing. And this project is no different. So in addition to the 74 million for public dollars being committed, the developer has also established a multitude of funding mechanisms. Think about it as a layer cake, each one building on the next. So we're all becoming very familiar, council, with metropolitan districts. So BTSA, the developer, has created 2 metropolitan districts. It's an additional tax levy on property tax. That's in addition to the CCOB's existing mills. I'm not going to get into the details of the mills. Metropolitan districts, the additional mills are paid for by commercial tenants and residential tenants. You have a business improvement district, which is your other layer, which is an additional tax levy on top of the property tax as the base. Then you have your metro districts, and then you have your business improvement districts. Those are also paid for by the commercial tenants. We have an additional 2% PIF. It's not a tax, it's a fee, but it's added to the sales tax of any existing area development. It's another one of those development tools that's added on top. So right now at Broomfield's current sales tax at 8.15, you add 2%, you get the 10.15 paid for by the consumers. You have private equity investment. You have bond financing. Bond financing is a big deal. We'll talk about it in a minute. And then you have private capital sources. So all of those make up the financing cake in order to finance BTS, this project. Next slide, please. This STP, again, the site development plan, we'll begin to refer to it as the STP. That's the plan, if you remember, that was approved in September of 2023. All of the milestones and timelines subsequent to that approval lead up to a vertical permit being pulled in September 12th of 2026, a looming deadline, which really started this, the entire conversation. As I said before, those 36 months, it seems like a long time, and it is, to the extent of you need to ensure that you're moving at a pretty quick clip in order to keep the project moving along, starting with the submittal, generally is the first step between the infrastructure and construction. In other words, what's going to be on top has to be on a solid foundation. Those are the initial plans that generally, for a size of a project and complexity, is about 9 months. Broomfield committed to an expedited time review, which has been met with each submittal. We'll talk about those submittal timelines in just a moment. So again, the 3-year clock begins February 26th of this year. We, 2.5 years in, we received the extension request. We originally received the extension request, again, that was an 18-month extension from September 12th, 2026, 18 months out from that. That initial request prompted a deeper review and update. We hadn't looked at the bond runs or the financing since the original approval in 2019. That brings us back to the, again, all the STP is something that we've always had in ordinance in Broomfield is the 36 months. For vertical permits, again, it's important. These words matter. Those are primary structures under the municipal codes. Primary structures being the residential buildings, and the most important, obviously, is the Safeway. Next slide, please. I'm going to have Nancy take this one.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council, members of the community. So after the staff had done its deep dive into the finances after the first request and shared that information at a public meeting, the developer's request was modified. So if you recall, at one of the updated meetings, staff did present, and we're talking about the financing a lot as a result of what would happen with the 18-month additional extended time on the site development plan. A funding gap was identified at that public meeting. And after that happened, the developer actually expanded its request to include an amendment to the redevelopment agreement. As Manager Hoffman said, the site development plan approves the design. The redevelopment agreement is the contract between the city and the developer to work on the project. So they sought additional public financial participation by changing the years. So the original request, as we talked about, was that 18-month extension. The second request that came in on May 4th was to extend that agreement for that financial participation to not end in 2044, but to move to 2050. So the tax increment financing that Manager Hoffman was talking about, right now we're planning on that ending 2044 and those taxes come to the city. If this was agreed upon, those taxes would continue to go back to the developer until 2050. Next slide. We've covered a lot of this timeline. So as we mentioned, in February, the 18-month request came in. Council had 4 executive sessions, as council knows, but for the community, we were asked to consider an amendment to a contract that required the discussion of legal advice, but also instruction to negotiators, which is why we had those in executive sessions. There were updates to the community during that time. On April 20th, we did get a letter from the developer's attorney arguing that denial would actually be a breach of the agreement, that we had an obligation, council had an obligation, and borough to grant the requested extension. My staff has done an analysis on that, and we disagree. The developer's attorney is well aware that we disagree, but they did put that out there. On April 21st, staff presented that analysis that I mentioned on the last slide at a public meeting, identifying that financial concern and the financial gap. We got the additional request on May 4th. Then staff with a team from the manager's office, my office, development team, our engineer, and the developer's representative held 2 additional negotiating sessions to talk about council's conditions, which were shared in those executive sessions, and try to find a path forward, find an agreement between the parties. There was also correspondence that's been made public between my office and the Developers Council. And then on June 24th, the developer withdrew the request, citing a need to recalibrate. And as Manager Hoffman mentioned, we might hear something on that recalibration coming this July 31st. Next slide.
So part of the conversations that ensued was council, and again, this is not unique, forgive me, to BTS. When a developer has an existing agreement and seeks to modify, particularly when there are substantial modifications, it allows that development agreement to be opened. We've experienced this twice within the last year and a half. Part of that opening the agreement allows council to reevaluate, particularly given that this was done in 2019. I think we can all agree that a lot has happened since 2019, not just with costs, but a whole host of other items that would drive a fiduciary responsibility for council to be able to do a deeper dive to say, how much are the costs? How much is the revenue? Under what circumstances should we continue to agree from a 2019 perspective to a future perspective? Part of those negotiations included, in order to agree to these modifications that were requested by the developer, council came up with conditions. Eagerly seeking not only further understanding of the project, but looking at what the original intent of creating a downtown gathering, lingering place for Broomfield residents to gather. So the discussion was about meaningful performance measurements and milestones. I know there's been a lot of communication, a lot of questions in the community about why there weren't milestones, and if the developer wasn't meeting them, why did it take to the STP in order to circle back to be able to say you're not meeting these milestones? That 2019 agreement didn't have milestones. It did have timelines. It had 4 of them. Again, we'll show a subsequent slide. Council's fiduciary responsibility to the community, even those, including all of us that continue to want this project to move forward, need to evaluate what that, not only the changes subsequent to 2019, not only current state, but what the next 25 to 30 years looks like for this community. And part of that was ensuring that as we moved forward, that there would be milestones and consequences that were tangible attached to each one of those conditions. 4 times since 2019, that schedule has been pushed for various reasons. No one is saying that they were unique to this development. We've seen it throughout Broomfield, we've seen it throughout Colorado, and we've seen it throughout the nation. Council has some questions, I'm sure, as we move forward. Other developments that were able to move forward, and under what circumstances they were able to move forward, and how is this project unique from that design and that platform. Part of the discussion was affordable housing. The development was always considered to be affordable. Community wanted something affordable. Affordable in 2019, having the conversation about affordable housing was not the same conversation that we have today about affordable housing. It's a completely different conversation, tone, and need than was in 2019. Part of that conversation for council was best practice is always to have your affordable housing units dispersed through your residential units. In the site development plan, there are 3 residential units planned. All of them are market. One of them is a senior. 98% of all of the 600 plus units are not only market rate, but they're for rent. Under our IHO, which is the inclusionary housing ordinance that council passed, 20% of the overall number of units needs to be affordable based on the number of units in each one of those residential. Having those units dispersed is cost effective, and it also, from a best practice Not having a standalone, we'll talk a little bit about what the developer's request was from a standalone building in just a moment. Based on that request to have it dispersed throughout all of the housing units, or bringing it up to date in the 2019 cash in lieu. So the developers then and now, if you don't want to build the units in your development, you can pay your way out essentially. And that's the cash in lieu. The cash in lieu from other developers is what created the seed money for Broomfield Housing Authority. Part of the cash in lieu, when development residential slows significantly, so do your development funds in that cash in lieu. Every year, just like every other cost, they continue to increase. So the difference between the cash in lieu in 2019 and the cash in lieu payments for each one of those units in 2026 is substantial. There's no doubt about it. In council's mind, and I'll let them speak for themselves, obviously, but when you're asking for more money and more time, that comes with more accountability. They asked for 2026 rates if they wanted to continue to buy their way out of the affordable housing piece. Part of the overall and initial concept was free public parking, and it was free access to the Broomfield residents, to the lake, and any beach amenities. They were seeking clarifications of the developer's reimbursement obligations associated with City Park. I know if you're sitting out there listening, you would say, what does that mean? This is in a drainage area. You're all familiar with the Broomfield Pond. Interestingly enough, the original conversation was an expansion of the existing pond that's out there right now, being in a drainage way. And all of us, when it rains here, for those of us that have been here for a while, we know that that entire area floods. It floods down to Spader Way through that entire corner, not reaching first, but certainly it requires really significant drainage channel upgrades. We wanted to ensure, because on our timeline, there were 5 capital improvement projects, expensive ones, that were expedited by the development. We would do those projects anyway, but they would be on a lengthy time frame. Because of BTS, they were expedited, so we started our early channel work. We're getting to the place to where if the development was on time, they would be doing their portion. It's not on time. We want to continue that work, so we wanted to ensure that when we paid for it, we would be reimbursed. Same conversation that we had with the Safeway roof. We were talking about demolishing developer because we've continued to have mold, structural issues, retaining wall issues, and particularly roof issues. So that has been all on Broomfield's dime because it hasn't been conveyed to the developer. The developer indicated they wouldn't accept that conveyance until they received bonds. So we have spent money on the roof and also on the mold mitigation. We combined the channel improvements with the reimbursement agreement for the roof, which means as soon as the developer gets the bonds, they'll pay half of the roof and they'll reimburse us for that channel. The last was the alignment of the commercial tenants' commitments. This goes along with the affordability. One of the reasons that Broomfield dedicated the $20 million in land and committed to the $54 million for during the tax incentives was to ensure to subsidize affordability, affordable housing, free parking, and ensuring that it would be mom and pop. If you ask anybody that's been here that has been part of this, it was to be local to Broomfield. It was to be, and I know it's an oxymoron now to think that there's affordable small business sites, but part of that was to subsidize those businesses to come and to stay. That was our 74 million. We wanted to ensure that if it was pushed and the agreement was open from 2044 to 2050, that the level of commitment from the developer would stay, that there would be a priority that those smaller local mom and pop shops could afford to be there. That was one of the questions that we had when we did the financing. And the deeper dive with the bond runs was looking at what the revenue the project was anticipating. We didn't see the correlation between the affordable access with the bond runs. And so part of that was the conversation and the negotiation with the developer to ensure that that was still the path. Next slide, please. The next 5 slides are the negotiation outcomes. The first 3 are the most poignant. And again, the conditions, the agreement wasn't opened. These are the conditions under which council would consider extending the STP deadline. A lot of discussion has been about the vertical permits. The developer has submitted the boathouse and the restrooms as vertical permits. They've also submitted their construction and infrastructure drawings. A lot of conversation about the amount of money that's been spent thus far. $30 million is some of the questions that we have been getting for the infrastructure. That is not money that has been spent. That is what the developer is estimating the cost once they bond, that the construction will cost. The STP in the ordinance indicates that a vertical permit needs to be pulled before that 36-month deadline. We indicated to the developer that a construction drawing does not qualify for that. The plans do not qualify for that, nor does a boathouse or restroom. Boathouse and restroom, we will not approve those permits until the infrastructure and construction has been approved. Part of council's consideration for that was a vertical permit 6 months before the extended deadline. In other words, if the deadline was going to be 18 months was the request, council said you have to pull the vertical permit 6 months prior to that deadline. In their mind's eye, that was showing substantial and significant movement. And the consequence of not pulling that, even after the 18-month extension, so they would get 12 months to pull that vertical permit, we're nearing 10 years before shovels in the ground. So the consequence was that 2019 agreement would terminate. If they couldn't do it, it would terminate. The developer's response was no. They'll tie it to bond financing. We discussed that bond financing for those of you that are not developers. Bond financing is a big, major, monster hurdle. You have to have a tremendous amount of research, analysis, long-term funding streams, plans. You have to have the construction drawings in and approved. I mean, it's a really significant lift. And then you are counting on the market to treat you well when you submit to get your bonding. So it's not lost on us that tying it to the bond financing would be a significant hurdle. Their recommendation was that the termination for any action would not be automatic, but rather, if they didn't get the bonding, we don't have anything to do with them getting their bonding. If they didn't get their bonding, council would have to agree to paying all of their existing costs, which at that time, they estimated to be 5.2 million. They estimated $6 million by the end of December. Next slide. The affordable housing. I gave you the preliminary. The developer indicated that a standalone building was preferable. And part of the standalone units, the reason that that is was a sticking point is the reliance in order to get affordable housing. You count on federal dollars, you count on state LIHTC dollars, which are highly competitive. So the unknown is exponentially larger than having it dispersed throughout the project. Or if you can't disperse it throughout the project, you pay the 2026 cash in lieu. Developer's response was, again, to deliver the standalone projects. When I say, when in here it says no defined timeline, I do want to say that the developer made a commitment that they would do this in parallel. They would seek a site development plan, another one, because the site development plan that's in place right now doesn't include a standalone affordable housing unit. So they would have to seek another site development plan. But they anticipated that they would be able to do that in parallel, and then they would submit all of the various applications in order to get that funding. Part of that conversation was, as I said before, 20% is what is in our inclusionary housing ordinance. You can see there 20% at 80% AMI. AMI is average median income. So it would be about $16 to $17 million is what they're estimating at 60% of AMI in order to meet the IHO. The standalone project building for 100 units is estimated to be anywhere between 45 and 55 million. Council came back and said, we would like the 2026 cash in lieu or dispersed throughout. The developer indicated that if we wanted to further subsidize in order to meet those inclusionary housing ordinance number, that we could certainly do that. Next slide, please. Public parking, again, we talked about free public parking throughout the development. Parking was a significant conversation during all of these negotiations. Initially, public parking was included in the public financing package. During these discussions, the public parking, $30 million worth of public parking was removed from the public financing portion and put into the private development, which would then be paid for by the residential developers. One of the questions was access. So even though the private developers are providing the parking, does that mean that our residents are still going to have free parking in a private parking structure that is paid for by the residential developer and those that are renting those units? The developer agreed. They understand how important that parking was. And their response was the first 3 hours for the public will be free, and then parking fees will be assessed after that. Next slide, please. Lake and beach access, it's another one of these points regarding affordability for the community to come and linger. The anticipation and vision was that folks would be able to come and stay and spend the day and not be charged an entry fee or to participate in activities in and around the water. They agreed in principle, indicating that one of the questions when we did the bond runs was the amount of dollars that would be produced per square foot in the boathouse. That caught our attention. There's going to be a concessionaire that runs the boathouse, and so obviously they need to make money. And part of the conversation about free access was for non-paying and paying. So there would be a certain number of residents that would have access for a certain time period. And that would be balanced with individuals that weren't residents that would then have to pay for the lake. A lot of conversation, I'm sure we'll have additional conversation about the lake, about the size of the lake and how the lake's being utilized. To the degree of, could the lake be smaller, or the accoutrements in and around the lake? Could there be a cost savings to pay for the other affordability pieces? Council has heard before, and it was emphasized that without the lake, there is no project. So we didn't continue down a path about re-engineering or looking at the lake. Next slide, please. City Park Channel, I'm not going to go through this again. I explained it pretty well. The agreement was they'll reimburse CCOB once the bond financing is secured. Next slide, please. Commercial commitments, I also went over that. Again, that's the commitment to ensure that these are mom and pops. Part of the conversation is when you look around at a lot of other mixed use, if the mom and pops can't make it for whatever reason, and forgive the term, you know what I mean when I say mom and pop without further describing it. But if it sits vacant and you have another tenant that is able to pay, that isn't a local mom and pop, of course that tenant's going to take it because you don't want your sites vacant. But the developer did commit to doing everything that they could to continue to promote the mom and pop local shops. Next slide, please. Briefly, the development review process. So parallel to this, parallel to the negotiations, we didn't want to have any sticking points from a staff perspective that we weren't continuing to actively move forward on the engineering or construction plans. So the development, the extension request came in February. March 23rd, we got the initial construction package. We indicated that it was missing the lake design, which I have to say came as a surprise for all of us because we were clearly anticipating really digging down into the design plans, including the maintenance plan. We turned it around in 3 weeks for the expedited review, indicating that here's all of those all of those boxes that need to be checked for the additional submittal. You can see on May 11th, second submittal. We were still waiting for the lake and some of the other fundamental packages that we anticipate with project submittals, as we do with any other developer. June 12th, lake engineering pros were submitted. They were accepted. We're moving through the second round, which we call the second submittal. June 10th, the second round was completed. Additional review cycles continuing to be expected. We're moving through as quickly as we can. Our team can only move through based on having the criteria and substance met from the review. It's important to note that you may see additional timeframes. We had always anticipated, and the developer had always anticipated, and our teams not only anticipated, but built around the lake being 12 feet deep and 8 feet at the around the outside. This was because we had to accommodate the fishing and the boating, not motorized boating, obviously, but boat craft, and to keep a healthy lake. When the plans were submitted, which is why we're continuing to go back, it had been significantly reduced to 8 feet, which creates a whole different level of treatment issues, modification issues. So we're continuing to have those conversations with the developer to understand if that was intended, that difference, or perhaps if it was just, if it was an oversight, or if they have a change in plan for the aquatic or wildlife that will be in the water. So more to come on that. Next slide, please. Building permit review status, as I said before, we want to continue to do our due diligence and move quickly as we can, and that's with the building permit review. I indicated that they had submitted the building review for the 800-foot boathouse and the restroom. We have reviewed those permits. We don't issue those permits until the construction and infrastructure plans have been approved. So once we move through the process that I just got done talking about, then we'll issue those building permits. What we haven't seen is the anything for the residential buildings. And again, I think if we could all have $1 for every time someone says Safeway, whether it's online or in person, we'd probably be able to finance part of the project. So the Safeway redevelopment is key. It's key for this community. It's key for this staff. And it's certainly key for this council. Next slide, please. Our takeaway, we are coming up on September. It's hard to believe that it's almost August. Based on the engineering review sequence and permitting, just want to reiterate that none of these expectations or deliverables are something that we expect from just BTS. These are standard operating procedures that we have had in place for 30 years, and we continue to operate in the same mechanism for this developer other than expedited review. Next slide, please. Nancy, do you want to cover this one?
So as we've been talking about, the current project status is what it was before these negotiations started. As we noted, the developer did notify the city that they were withdrawing their requests. Because they withdrew, there is nothing for council to vote on tonight. So this is more of a discussion and an update, but there's no action items for tonight. Next slide. So the current status means that the approved site development plan and the 2019 agreement and all the related rights and responsibilities are still in effect. The site development plan, the design for Broomfield Town Square has not been changed. Those conditions that Manager Hoffman went through, we were not able to come to an agreement with the developer, so those were not imposed unilaterally on the developer. They were part of the discussion. Since we didn't have an agreement, they have no effect. The engineering review process for the infrastructure plan still remains active, as Manager Hoffman said, and staff will continue that expedited review that is part of this approval process for this project. If there is in the future any council action related to this project, such as a consideration of revocation after that September date passes, that will happen in a public meeting. If we do continue to have negotiation with the developer and there is something of an agreement to come forward with between council and the developer, that will be done in a public meeting. If the site development plan is revoked, the 2019 agreement still remains in effect. And what that means is that this developer has contractual rights under that agreement to develop this property. The design is what has been revoked. So they would possibly need to submit a new site development plan if it was revoked. If the site development plan is not revoked, either not called up by council for revocation or during that consideration, council doesn't vote to revoke, then that design is still in effect and the developer continues to move forward with any sort of submissions that will bring that design to life. Next slide. So what happens now between now and September 12th, which is that expiration that could allow council to consider revocation? So staff's going to keep doing their work. Engineering staff is going to keep doing the review they've been doing. as I said, the site development plan and agreement remains in effect, and we will continue to communicate factual updates and any sort of change in plans or milestones that is communicated by the developer. Next slide is Q&A.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. Next slide.
We appreciate your time and patience. We know it took us about an hour to get through that. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, staff's presentation concludes.
Thank you very much to City and County Manager Hoffman and to City and County Attorney Rogers and to all of the staff who worked on that presentation. We will now proceed with public comments, which will be limited to 90 minutes for this item. We had a sign-up sheet in the lobby. That list, along with the list of those calling in, will be used to determine the order of speakers. We will hear from 6 in-person individuals, then 1 phone caller until we hit these limits. When I call your name, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. We have in the queue Seth Patterson, Lois Vanderkooy, and Jason Sharman in that order.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I want to make it clear I'm speaking for myself only, not on behalf of anyone else or any other organization. I think we can all agree it's unfortunate it's come to this. I think this is continues to be a great project. And I'm just hopeful that in some manner, the project can continue. Through continued good faith negotiation or whatever manner between the city and the developer. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois Vanderkooy, Broomfield Heights. Good evening. So I know this project has been a long one and very complicated and messy. And I also got to know the developers, Joe Vostras, during the focus groups that initially envisioned this project, and Tim Federgall in 2022, when again, there was this disagreement between the city and the developer in terms of financing and revenue. And so I've gotten to know the developer to some extent. And, you know, Tim is very complicated, conscientious, detailed. So sometimes it's, you know, he goes off into these long tangents about development and how it all works and, you know, and so I know he is a good developer. And I also know Joe Vostras is a good developer because he's done some really great projects. And we were just at Evans Schoolyard in Denver, which also had financing problems after COVID to get it going. But now it's working and it's a great business place and office space. So now that we're near the time frame of the SDP, there's a lot of conditions and negotiations that have happened. And I'm just trying to understand whether, you know, the city is putting up all these questions and obstacles that are hindering the development from moving forward. Because part of wanting the extension was so that they could get the bonds, get a surety from the city that the project would move ahead. And so with this confusion about the permits, you know, I don't know that it sounds like there was confusion about what vertical permit meant. And the developer was assuming that the boathouse and accessory unit restrooms would be enough to start the project and to get that public infrastructure going. So then when the city says, no, you haven't done it good enough, or you haven't done it in a timely manner, how can we trust you? you really understood what the developer has done and all the work that they put in and all the investments they've made in trying to make this very complicated project work. And it's not like a regular development because it is so unique. It is our town square and the city wants certain things from it.
Could you
Which-
please wrap up?
I
Your
will
3
wrap
minutes
up
is up.
right now. Okay,
Thanks.
goodbye. Anyway, understand the developer more and read the letter. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Jason Sharman?
Hello, I'm Jason Sharman. I live in the First Filing neighborhood. My my impression from all of this is generally that the developer has changed their minds about whether the economics make sense for this project, possibly due to the rising vacancy rates in residential and the enormous vacancy in Interlochen in commercial properties. And it sounds to me like they're trying to slow walk this project until they can figure out a way out. Things happen, the economics change. But the other day, my neighbors and I read a bombshell in the Enterprise that said that the developer had a 40-year exclusivity agreement such that if they don't develop the land, nobody else can, thus precluding smaller, more sensible developments or temporary developments while we're waiting for the economics to change. And unfortunately, the Broomfield Enterprise has been completely and totally useless in providing any additional information, updates, or journalism on that topic. So I came here today because I want to know, is that true? Do they have a 40-year exclusivity agreement? If so, to what extent that would preclude other developments or temporary developments? If it is true, who authorized that and why? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Taylor.
Hello. Hi there. I'm Sarah Taylor. I live in First Filing. I want to thank you all for having this meeting, even though the developer decided not to come because it's helpful. I have 4 points. And I cannot read my own writing, so I might only have 3. First off is I want to take a small issue with Ms. Hoffman's characterization that the city and county of Broomfield has nothing to do with the bonding process, because that is not at all true. I mean, it's a partnership, and the loyal partnership of the city and county of Broomfield is part of what will make the bonding go forward. So just a little nitpicking there. The timeline, the agreement signed in September of 23 happened. In January of 25, halfway through that 3-year period, Dana Crawford died. And I recognize that she was 93 years old, and this shouldn't be like a surprise to anyone, but she was a mountain of a person. And I can't imagine that those developers were not just rocked when that happened. And that takes some rescheduling. The last thing I wanted to say is, with the affordable housing thing, which has always been in here, and I think it's totally essential, and I can't see it. I think cash in lieu would be a total waste in this situation, but it seems to me that in all the years we've been talking about this, when we were talking at the end of, 10 years ago or so, they were talking about affordable senior housing. So if the developer doesn't think he could make it happen without a standalone building, it seems to me that there would be a way to make a standalone, affordable senior housing building that would be morally and ethically acceptable to everyone and might provide some different funding mechanisms. That's all I got. Thanks again. Bye.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in person on this item? Go right ahead. Certainly.
My name is Peter Kraus. I live in Eagle Trace North, and I just want to cut to the nut of this. Broomfield, I think, should just let this agreement expire, take on the lawsuit that the developers want him, and nix it, and get our 40-year development rights back if that is indeed the case. Forget putting a 4-acre paddleboard lake in the middle of an area where there's no through water, using our potable water to do it, which we all know that we're paying twice as much as we paid for potable water. And understandably so, council had to make that decision to do that to protect our drinking water, and I laud them for it. To use that water to fill a lake that doesn't have through water is a terrible idea. So we took on a lawsuit for fracking. We took on lawsuits for C-470. I suggest that the city of Broomfield allow this agreement to expire, extricate it from us, reclaim our $20 million worth of land, countersue the developer if need be to recover the money that we've spent on staff time to go through all these shenanigans, and sell the Safeway. Let somebody who wants to come into that Safeway, I'd love to see Trader Joe's in there, and let's save, like, you have a responsibility to our citizens to spend our limited tax dollars very carefully, and spending them on this project. I mean, that's crazy. When I listen to, like, oh, there's going to be a metro district and there's going to be an additional 2% tax, and it's like, oh, well, the businesses are going to pay. Well, the businesses aren't going to pay that, because the businesses have to be profitable. So the businesses raise their price. And anybody that comes in to buy a product in that development is going to pay that, not the businesses. The consumers are going to pay that. And the consumers are going to pay the 2%. And the consumers are going to pay for the metro district. And we worry about affordability in this town. And I know we do, because it's freaking expensive. And if I had to buy the house that I own now in this town on my little restaurant business, no chance. No chance. I'm only here because I've been here my whole life. And thank God for it, because I love Broomfield. So, City Council, please consider letting this agreement expire. Get out of the business of developing land and in development business, and stick to parks, recreation, and streets, and all the things that we should stick to, and get out of the development business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Roxy Jewell from Lackamore. This has been going on for a very, very long time, long before 2019. So I've been here for a long time too, over 30 years. So my idea with this is that you follow through on everything that is legal and go with what you have to do legally. We'll see what the developer comes up with in the future. And hopefully, if things come out in September, and if by chance this doesn't follow through and it does time out, then you can do what the council needs to do legally. On top of that, yeah, I've heard also that the 24/4 date is locked in steel, and I've heard that from the developer when he was on the phone conversation threatening the community that if we didn't follow through on everything, that nothing would ever be able to be done with that piece of property until 2044. So here I am saying once again, nothing has been done to it. They haven't followed through on anything. They put a mural up on the Safeway building. It was kind of like a joke. And it made us even look worse as a community. Nothing has come through on this. And if for some unknown reason they can't graciously get out of this and let us have our property back, I'm sure we'll lose money on this, I mean, this is just because this came from another council group and another city management group and stuff started this, that at least if we can get it back, then we can look forward to making something happen. Other developments around here have had no problem on taking care of their developments and continuing on. I can't say that much about this one, and they haven't followed through on anything. So please, just do everything legally, and I hope this gets done soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had 6 in-person speakers. There is a person online. And I'd just like to remind you, if you would like to speak on Broomfield Town Square, that you need to press *9 to speak. No, that person is not indicating they wish to speak. Do we have any more individuals who would like to speak in person? Okay, seeing none. We will now hear if there are any members of council or borough who have any questions or comments. Do we have someone who would like to raise their? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am curious, given the range of comments that we've heard here tonight, City, if you could speak to Mr. Sharman's question in a little more detail. Specifically, he had raised the desire to hear a little bit more about the 40-year exclusivity terms and what that means for us potentially pursuing a smaller development in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And thank you for the question. The exclusivity clause is in the redevelopment agreement, the 2019 agreement, and it says during the term, which goes until December 31st, 2044, neither the city or borough can they shall not solicit or entertain offers from any other person for the sale, development, or other disposition of this property. So it is locked in until 2044. And then, it's not an entirely uncommon term that we see in these type of agreements. It's assurance for the developer, especially when you're talking about a long time frame of public financing that's going to support a project. It is something that's attractive to the developer, right? It helps them lock in their rights. So it's something we can use as a carrot to bring in people with great reputations to do a project. So, any project, especially one of this scale, always has risk, and a term like that also gives some assurance and a little bit of safety to the developer for this type of risk. But just to be clear, it is an exclusive right to develop this property until the end of 2044.
Thank you for speaking to that, Attorney Rogers. I'm curious if you could also just expound on what it might look like. Obviously, we heard the developer's take on this same question previously, but for our audience tonight, what it might take for us to move forward with a new SDP on this land if they were to pursue that.
Thank you for that question as well. So if right now, the current design for the project is a site development plan, and it's in effect. So the developer could amend that site development plan that would come back to council for approval, could modify how it looks. If the site development plan is revoked, or the developer could choose to scrape that site development plan and bring a brand new one, potentially with other partners. The developer definitely has the right to do that. The city cannot unilaterally force the developer to submit a new site development plan, cannot unilaterally force it to get a different partner, to give up their rights. So I think when Manager Hoffman was talking about opening the agreement, that is a chance for us to talk about, okay, let's open the agreement, let's negotiate, let's see what we can do about that. You know, all options are in theory on the table, and can be asked, but if they're not agreed to, then we won't have an agreement.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, thank you. One of the reasons we are here today discussing Broomfield Town Square is the continued delays at a point when we should be seeing shovels in the ground. Can you explain more about council's actual authority or lack thereof to keep a private developer on track and whether this is even part of our role? And second, why did council propose milestones and accountability measures during the recent SDP extension and redevelopment agreement discussions?
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. I'll talk first about the site development plan process and what power that gives council. You know, the city and county of Broomfield being a party to this development agreement, we did negotiate those terms in 2019. That was a level of power. And as Manager Hoffman talked about lessons learned, a development agreement entered into today would have milestones. That agreement does not. Once we agreed to that 2019 agreement, we're sort of locked in. So any authority that the city or council might have needs to come out of the agreement. We don't have milestones in that agreement, so we don't have any authority to impose agreements. On the site development side, once that agreement is in place, it is on the developer to propose the site development plan. And that is a process where they involve staff, and there's a lot of communication with staff, but it is on the developer to propose that. They propose it to council. Once council approves it, it locks in that design. There's no, I guess, just talking about there, in a site development plan, there's no milestones. It more just locks in that design. So that's not an area where you're going to have any sort of milestones or the power to force the developer to move forward at a certain pace. That's why this deadline has presented us with an opportunity to possibly look at imposing milestones. And with that, I'll defer the second half of your question, which I think was about were milestones sought and how were they sought and why, to Manager Hoffman.
And this, a part of the answer, Councilmember Anderson will field Councilmember Brown's questions a little bit as far as not only lessons learned, but we have this leadership team and council has become accustomed to having a very different philosophical approach on business development agreements. And that is not one that locks in without having tangible, not just milestones, right? Because milestones, we had milestones since 2019. It's those tangible consequences of what happens if those milestones aren't met. We recently had lessons learned with a developer here in Broomfield that we were able to come to a very unique set of terms that it was they delivered and then we provided more room for them to develop, and then they delivered and then we provided additional room for them to move. So part of it is a philosophical approach from a staff perspective at council direction to ensure that when you're locking in future councils, again, for up to 20 years, we learned a lot from the Broomfield Town Square. We learned a lot from the event center. And this council has been on the receiving end of prior development decisions and how to navigate and negotiate future, and how do we make sure that not only does it not happen again, even though if it doesn't necessarily help us right now. I don't want to say hindsight's always 20/20 because oftentimes hindsight isn't 20/20, and you don't learn from the past. But as we move forward, we'll take all these lessons learned and apply them adequately.
Okay, thank you. And another question that goes a little bit further on what's already been brought up is is the developer required under the current agreement to build the town square development within a reasonable time period? Or could they realistically stop any future development on this property and force Brimfield to maintain the Safeway building, including more public investment to maintain the vacant structure and continuing to forego higher tax revenue by keeping this commercial property vacant until 2044? Or is the developer also required to act in good faith, even if it means rethinking portions of the development to bring forward a town square development?
Councilmember Anderson, the first part of your question was, could the developer realistically forego any future development on this site? Yes, on that exclusivity provision. I will say the developer does have an obligation to act in good faith, but it is a right, that exclusivity right is under the agreement. So to act on that right would not be in bad faith because it's clearly stated in the agreement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And also, I think most of my questions have been answered, but not this one, I don't think. I've received questions from constituents about the lake, specifically why a lake is part of this project when it appears to increase costs and may seem unrealistic given Colorado's drought conditions. Can you explain more about the STP process and why the lake remains a required element of this development? And can you clarify how the lake's inclusion relates to the original STP approval and the limits of council's ability to change major design components once an STP is in place?
I'm going to try to hit all of those. I may not hit them in order. As I had mentioned, the original concept was expanding the pond and having a amphitheater that connected to the library up through to a gathering place. The morphing of having the enlarged lake, along with the other site development plan elements, were approved in 2023. The requirement of having the lake is a requirement of the STP. Amending the STP, should the developer choose to have any kind of modifications, that was part of the discussions during the negotiations about affordability. And there's been comments that the council conditions have now made the project unaffordable. Affordability is, whether financing is the city's concern, but affordability is really, that's in the bailiwick of the developer. The developer needs to decide what they can and cannot afford. Part of the lake discussion didn't continue because the developer has stated to council and publicly many times that without the lake, there is no project. So having amendments to the STP to either modify the lake to be smaller, or what the activity could be in the lake, to save that money and then reinvest those funds, whether it be into affordable housing or, immediately redeveloping that Safeway, would require an amendment from the STP that the developer could request. Did I hit those questions?
You did. And I actually have one more question about the lake. Is that in the STP, and I did not look back at this, does it specifically say the depth? Because I remember that huge discussion about the depth because of water clarity and all those pieces. And did it specify that the lake had to be the 12 or 15 feet deep, whatever it was?
Ms. Burton-Zetti is going to answer that question.
Thank you for the question. So yes, the site development plan and all of its supporting documents specify how the lake was designed in order to support all of the amenities that were presented as part of the site development plan and part of its approval.
Okay, thank you. So that would be a change from the STP if that depth was reduced to 8 feet.
Correct. It could be accomplished through an amendment to the site development plan if the developer chose to pursue that.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Next, Mayor Castriata.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I am really glad we're having this conversation for the community because there's a lot of information going around, and I think it's important for people to see the entire picture of what council is faced with and not just one-sided spin in the media. We're approaching this very thoughtfully and intentionally, which I wish more things were done that way. And I'm really proud of council for asking the hard questions because again, you know, by not asking these questions, you end up with deals that are not good for Broomfield and don't deliver on the community benefits that were promised. The delays are just inexcusable at this point. Manager Hoffman, you said that the project had been delayed and the time frame. Would you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, of course, Mayor. Curtis, do you have available the time frame slide? It wasn't part of the presentation, but for reference material. And this has been in prior memos and discussed publicly during prior presentations, and not just recent presentations. But you can, the initial project. So from the approval in 2019, the first delay again, and when folks ask, I think it's important to clarify, Mayor, that you've been around for the 8 years, 7 years. We began to require our developers to provide quarterly updates so that it wasn't via phone or letter, but the public could track along with staff and with council. We began to have quarterly updates. And so again, this timeline won't be new for council. And part of it is the good faith that council puts into when a developer comes and stands at a podium and says it's imminent. We are nearing completion. We're ready to submit. That's why there weren't a lot of conversations about consequences because each conversation wasn't conveyed by staff. It was conveyed by the developer. So you can see 2021, so the agreement was approved in 2019. By 2021, with the concept review, we anticipated the Safeway, again, there's the money word, the Safeway would begin construction late 2022 or early 2023, which meant that all of those initial infrastructure construction plans would have been submitted, reviewed, approved in order for construction to begin in 2022 or 2023. One of the first changes when we talk about September 2025, the verbal update to council in May 2023, construction in phase 1. It's very difficult. I wish we could provide a Gantt chart, but it's been a moving target. So it's not easy to follow. So this is as close as it's going to get. So again, it was pushed back in 2023, subsequent to preparing for the STP, pushed back to 2025. Throughout this process of 2021 to 2024, there were multiple recommitments from the developer that it was on track, increasing the excitement from staff. You know, when I got the position, moving these projects forward was something that clearly was important to every council, including this one. So you can see there's been 4 modifications I don't want to go through all of the detail, but each one was not staff communicated. Each one of these was communicated by the developer, Mayor. And I can say that we anticipate as soon as an STP is approved, our experience with the other developments is that almost immediately after, if not soon after, and we anticipated this, and I think the developer did as well. I mean, they had indicated that once that site development plan was approved, this was going to move at a pretty quick clip. So we were all on the same page to be anticipating, staffed up, which is why we committed to the expedited process and review, that things were really going to start clipping as soon as that September deadline was finished. So you can see here that now the bonds runs are pushed to 2026, and the financing wouldn't be secured until 2027, anticipating groundbreaking immediately after, of course. So we're looking at 2028 or 2029, which would be about 10 years after the original agreement was approved.
Yes, I have 9 years of notes, and I've been a supporter of this project the entire time. And I think every one of us still wants this vision to be realized. But there is a point where, you know, if you need to put in accountability measures and those aren't acceptable, then you start to wonder, how can we have a partnership? If only one side is held accountable. And that's how it is. I hate to say it. I mean, the vision, we're giving them the land. That's the largest cost for housing. And so the fact that we can't even 80% area median income isn't even affordable. That's more middle income. Affordable is 30 to 60 area median income. So that's where it just goes sideways for me, because I remember all the assurances that that would be part of the project. And the senior housing too. I remember it was supposed to be affordable senior housing. Why else would we have senior housing if it wasn't income aligned? And now it's market rate. So it just feels like a lot of the vision, the things that were community benefits, keep getting chipped away at as the costs go up, and time passes. And now, you know, there's more Metro District taxes. There's more PIP. There's a PIP on top of the sales tax. There's paid parking, allegedly. Things like that I know was not part of the original vision. But, you know, 10, 15 years later, it's not the same vision. And so I think it warrants relooking at the entire plan. Does it make sense in 2026, especially with the water situation? And not having that flexibility to modify it is also problematic. So I think, you know, in order to have a partnership, you have to have two sides willing to make some accommodations. And I believe that Broomfield has held up their end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you to my colleagues for asking several of my questions. Also, thank you to staff for putting this together and presenting in a really thorough and thoughtful manner, to really kind of lay out everything for the public in a way that we have not been able to do fully before. I know many staff members have spent a significant amount of time on this project and the negotiations, and it is really appreciated. So my first question, I guess, is, so the development team in the last 3 months has asked for a meeting, withdrawn the request, and then chosen not to show up to present information or to answer questions on both May 12th and today. That's twice since the last time council or the public heard from them on April 21st. Is that correct? I know they've been talking to staff, but there have been no communication with council or to the general public since that time.
Just to clarify, just, we don't want to get caught up in afterward.
Oh,
So we've
yeah.
been in touch with their teams regarding the construction and infrastructure and permits. But no, we have not been in touch with the developer outside of those construction plans until the letter today.
Okay, thank you. Since they're not here to answer questions, maybe you can help me out with some things that I've been hearing from my neighbors. So following up on Councilmember Anderson's question about the lake depth, my limited research on lake depth shows that 8 feet is the minimum, absolute minimum, to where sunlight will reach the bottom, causing aquatic plant material to grow and lead to rotted organic material and algal blooms and all sorts of really gross things in the water, making it very difficult to maintain a safe environment. At 6 feet, that is a significant issue, especially when you have lots of people and geese in the water. Where is the water from the lake coming from? Will it be stormwater filled? Is there a dedicated source to keep it at that 8 feet? Or will it be at the whims of our current drought?
The first piece is that's one of the reasons the significant change, because we had a multitude of conversations when the lake use, not the lake design, but the lake use modified into people getting into the lake. The reason that was a big deal to us is because the treatment modalities that are required to have people swimming is vastly different than even just having fish and maintaining that. So from a treatment perspective, it added a very different level of engineering, treatment modifications and finances. And part of that conversation originally, it was around the 8-foot depth. Our team identified that, our horticulturists, the wildlife folks spoke with their development team and indicated the outcomes of exactly what you just said. So that's why when the lake submittal was provided after on the third request, my question back to the engineer was maybe for whatever reason, they're still planning on the 12-foot deep, but what was submitted was either an old plan or it was inadvertently submitted. So we haven't gotten that clarification yet. But yes, it's a significant difference from health. We are responsible for filling the lake. We are responsible for treating the lake, and we are responsible for topping off the lake. There's no condition for top off regarding drought conditions or not.
So I know this past spring, winter, when we had very low precipitation for a long period of time, the pond by the library, which will expand into the lake at some point, was quite low. We had one pond in town where staff had to go collect dead fish off of the empty pond. It would not be great to have that in the middle of town square. I'm still not clear on where the water is coming from. Like when you say we're responsible for topping it off or maintaining a level, does that mean that we have to fill from our like potable water reservoirs?
It does.
So my entire time on council, I've been getting questions along the lines of a narrative that was being pushed by the development team saying that things were taking so long because the city is slow and difficult to work with, after stating that wasn't the case in their 2 previous updates to council last September and then again in April. In recent weeks, the narrative has shifted. The questions that I'm getting are more placing the blame on the city in another way, saying that we are suddenly asking for new things. A quote that I got was, CCOB keeps making demands that were not originally agreed to, then blaming the developer. Maybe quit changing the rules and this project can succeed. From the Denver Business Journal on July 7th, a quote, during those negotiation meetings, city officials asked the developers to make tweaks to its plan, like increasing the amount of affordable housing that was included, and that would have made the project financially unfeasible, said Joe Vostridge, a co-founder and partner of City Street. Have these recent negotiations or asks from the city included any increase in affordable housing? Or anything else that was not just clarifying the original agreement? Have we added new requirements that make this unaffordable?
No, and I want to caveat that with it's not, we can't define what is affordable or unaffordable that the developer can or cannot finance. Part of our investigation and deep dive into the finances, when we looked at their bond runs, we wanted to ensure that staff wasn't missing anything, that we weren't missing any detail. So we had our bond financing, Royal Bank of Canada, review those bond runs. Part of those pieces in the bond run, and that's why I say it's not for us to determine what the developer can or cannot afford. The conditions that council wanted to see was a return to the affordability with if it was cash in lieu, that the application, so if you're opening up the agreement and you're asking for more time and more money, having those monies. So if you're asking for current money and more time, for council to then say, we're asking for current money, which is the 2026 cash in lieu. So is that more? It's updated. So again, it's the semantics between what we're reporting and in either how they're interpreting it or how they're saying it. So no, it was always cash in lieu was always the category. So if they're connecting more time and more money, and they want it in 2026 frame, council said we want it in 2026 frame as well. We weren't asking for additional units. The IHO has been 20% of rental units. Again, more time, more money. We also want the current, which would apply to the IHO, which would be about 100 units. So how to finance that, the developer had indicated that they had value engineered, that there was no more give. There was no more capacity to accommodate current level financing requests.
Thank you. So it's only more if they don't provide what they said they would provide in the original agreement in terms of affordable housing units. That only if they don't provide the affordable housing units, then it would be more, but it's not more
Units.
Correct. Correct. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Peterson. No, I'm sorry. Next is Councilmember Cohen. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. I'll be quick since we've had lots of discussion, but I had two quick questions for the City Attorney Rogers. When they were notified that the plans for the boathouse weren't sufficient for what the ordinance required, and so they came to ask for the extension, the developers revealed that they also were planning to ask for the 6 additional years of the tax benefits going from 2044 to 2050, or the equivalent of $14 million additional dollars from the taxpayers. Can you explain to me, if that was to happen, would that require the renegotiation, reopening of the 2019 agreement, since it was 2019 to 2044.
Yes, those would be amendments to that 2019 agreement, and that would have had to come to council at a public meeting after we agreed on initial terms, sort of agreed in concept, and council would vote on that amendment.
So if they're telling us they can't afford to build this with the financing provided for the 25-year tax benefit, wouldn't they have to agree to reopen the 2019 agreement, which they've so far not agreed to?
That's,
Otherwise,
Yeah,
there's no way to
really-
do it, right?
well,
I mean, once you
potentially, I guess.
reopen it, would you reopen the entire agreement in order to do that?
Once the agreement is reopened for one term, like on this one to extend the date, it can be reopened on any term in the agreement. It all depends on what the parties would agree to. So that's where, as Manager Hoffman was going through the conditions that council asked for, like, here's what you asked us to do this, here's what we want in return. We were unable to come to an agreement, but all that was on the table, fairly on the table in those negotiations. The whole agreement would be reopened.
Okay. And one last question, I know we've talked about some of the flaws in the 2019 agreement, and we talked about milestones. I take it there's nothing in the 2019 agreement that says if the developer cannot acquire the financing required to build this, is there any action, any stipulation of what happens at that point? Or does it just continue to the end of its expiration date?
Correct. Nothing that explicit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you. In the memo that you provided, you had links to a presentation and questions and answers from April of 2022. So before the site development plan was even submitted. And at that point, council was considering the PUD, which, remind me, that's the planned unit development. Okay. And in the presentation, it specifically says that at that point, though no final determination had been made, the developer was likely to provide cash in lieu as opposed to dispersed affordable housing based on the 2019 numbers. At some point before my time, we must have said we really do want affordable housing, because when the developer was here, he said that he had presented a proposal for a standalone affordable housing building that had 100 units in it. Now, we had rejected that proposal for the reasons that you described already. And so that left him with no other choice but to go with cash in lieu, because apparently he couldn't figure out how to make the dispersed affordable housing work financially for him and his partners. Now, when we were negotiating, we said, okay, if you're going to do cash in lieu, then we need to update that to 2026 numbers versus 2019 numbers. And you mentioned that those are different, but can you clarify for the community how much different? Do you happen to have those numbers on you?
I would think that we would, yes, can you ask your next question and we'll work on what those 2019 numbers were in 2026?
Sure, I just wanted the
Yes, of
community to
course.
hear that.
Yes.
And then if you could, I don't know if you can, but one of our residents suggested, what if we did have a standalone building that was just all senior housing? Because that would be, senior housing would be standalone anyway. Can you speak to whether that is a viable option or not? Or is that something that only the developer could speak to?
I think it's, well, it's twofold. One, it would be a council discussion. And the same as as Ms. Taylor had indicated, there may be additional financing available for a senior versus a senior affordable versus a straight affordable. The caveat on the standalone is being, I don't want to say completely reliant, but heavy reliant on that highly competitive LIHTC funding.
Right.
Right. And so we've seen two projects that tried to come forward that didn't get it. Council has two more projects that are coming next week that are reliant on that LIHTC. And then there's always that gap. And that's the gap financing that we work with BHA. So it's less of a guaranteed deliverable than regular developments that have affordable housing dispersed throughout. Does that make sense?
Yeah. While you're looking up those numbers, my next question, Mr. Kraus had mentioned that with all of the layers of taxes to make this all work, the retail wouldn't actually be all that affordable to the community. And I just want it to be clear to the community, because of the commitments that were made back in 2019, even if they're paying, $10 for a pint of beer, the city would not actually be making any money off of the retail from this development. Is that correct?
The commitment is 100% of the property tax and 50% of the sales tax. So the projects, when we were working on the long-range financial plan and we did the financing for each one of the catalytic developments, we were anticipating, and this was, I'm going to look at Mr. Romine, but it was about $1 million. I don't want to put anything in the public record that isn't correct. Mr. Romine, would you mind coming to the podium? And with all developments that are have the tax increment financing, the top line number is what you would see minus the costs. And so again, the development was never intended to be revenue positive.
It was intended to be an amenity to the community.
Yes, and amenities cost money.
Councilmember, if you could repeat your question, we were all looking at the cash and lieu number.
Oh,
So
sorry.
sorry about that.
What was my question? Does the city actually make money off of what all is going on there, given that, or at least for those 25 years that we have committed taxes to the developer to pay off the bonds that would be taken out?
So if I could, let me just answer the question with a couple of notes, if I will. So
Sure.
one, the bonds are being paid for by the developer, and the Metro District is probably who would be paying them. That's the fiscal who would be doing that. So we would not be responsible for the bonds. So first off.
Okay.
Secondly, your question is the tax revenues as a whole enough to meet the obligations of the city once we subtract, as an example, the sales tax that's been pledged and the property tax that's been pledged? And the answer is no. It actually has a negative fiscal impact, as we've talked about both when the SDP was approved and we've mentioned it at other times. But effectively, because of the costs of providing services, police, parks and recreation, all the things that we have to pay for, it's actually a net negative for us during that period of time when we are providing the sales and property tax to the developer through that agreement. So that's, I think, the best way to answer that question. If I could then, just to begin, and I don't know if Deputy City County Manager Burton Zetti is going to answer the question about the cash and lieu payments. So it's a little difficult for us to give you a simple answer because in the 2019 agreement, the way that we were doing the cash and lieu related to this project was there was an amount set for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 3 bedrooms. So therefore, since we don't know the exact mix of types of units, it's difficult for us to give you a specific answer to that.
Okay.
However, I would tell you that the average number that we've used in our mathematics and is trying to figure it out is roughly $27,000 per unit that would be owed. So the simplistic way to think about it, there's just short of 500 units that's being proposed. 20% of the units, as Manager Hoffman has pointed out, would be roughly 100 units. So you can do it to be 100 units times 27,000. The 2026 number, which we've recently looked up, and I'm looking at my friends, but I believe it's roughly about $125,000 a unit now. So it is a significant increase. That was a council action that was taken a couple years ago where the cash in lieu was raised because it wasn't meeting the, it wasn't creating the obligation appropriately. We had a study done by Root Policy, which is a housing research group, and the council approved for those to move up each year according to try to get up to what would be the representative amount for what a developer would have to pay to actually produce those units. And so that has been in place for the last several years. This year, as I think you know, and Manager Hoffman is represented to council, that would be coming forward with a council action for the next year's raise. But that was put in roughly 3 years ago as an automatic escalate. And right now, that's about where we are today.
Okay. So Councilmember Peterson, just to synthesize that, in 2019, it was $27,000 a unit. In 2026, it's $109,000 per unit.
It's a big jump.
It's a big jump.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I can understand why they might be a little sensitive to that.
Yes.
Yeah. Back to the net negative fiscal impact.
Yes.
Do the costs that figure into that include the cost to the city for maintenance of the lake and staffing that would occur there? Is that all included in that? Or would,
In the net negative?
yes,
Yes.
okay, okay. That is helpful to know. I do have a couple more questions.
Sure.
So, as Councilmember Cohen mentioned, the 18-month extension was requested once they realized that their submission of the boathouse and restrooms was not sufficient to meet the requirement for vertical building permits. I believe there was a discussion prior to that about those requirements. Did we make it clear to them that we would need more before those were submitted in February?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen? When did they ask and what did we say?
The conversation began in November.
Okay.
So we don't know what they were anticipating their timeframe was for submittal. So the conversation started in November. By February, they indicated, and again, it's not just it wasn't just the boathouse, right? They wanted the construction infrastructure.
They wanted the
plans
horizontal plans
to count. And then the vertical, and you can't apply, we can't approve a vertical permit until the infrastructure construction has been completed. And so, yeah, you can't say yes to a vertical when we're still not even really in the middle of the construction infrastructure. So yes, they knew that and submitted them and anticipating that part of the path that we're eagerly awaiting by the 31st may indicate I'm not even going to guess.
Fair enough. Okay, so when they realized that that the city was not going to, I'm almost out of time. They can't actually provide the vertical plans for the residential because they don't have the partners yet.
that are going to be doing that. And they don't have the partners because they haven't gone to the bond market yet. Do we know why it took them so long to get to that point?
That we anticipate with other developers that occurs during that 36-month period,
And after 2 years, that hadn't happened yet.
2.5.
Okay. Okay, I am out of time, so
Yes.
I will stop for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any other council members have first round questions? We are at 8 o'clock, but we're going to hold on and finish this, I think, first before we take our break. So I'll take my first round questions and then we have Councilmember Twist with a second round that's shorter. So I wanted, certainly in line with the community's wishes, council and staff have asked in various venues for the developer to prioritize the Safeway. I've been here for a number of years and heard that. We've conveyed that over and over again when the developers come before us. The developer has declined to modify the sequencing. Is that correct?
Let me clarify, rather than just a straight yes. When we were talking about this is before the negotiations or conditions, staff had indicated to the developer before moving forward when there was questions about the vertical permit. Staff indicated pull the vertical on the Safeway. You have 6 months after pulling it to begin. So in other words, vertical permits are only good in our code and ordinance for 6 months. So if you took it out of order, again, from a community perspective, it would show and do a lot. Part of that conversation with the developer was the infrastructure was going to happen all at the same time. So they were the grading, the prep work, the site work, the excavation for the lake was all going to occur simultaneously. And so when that was completed, all of that infrastructure and construction, the redevelopment then would be like on a parallel path in order to do the residential and the Safeway. So thinking about it, not kind of as one building at a time, but they indicated that the infrastructure needed to occur for the entire site before they started anything with the standalone Safeway.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Since we are hearing a lot about just tell them to do the Safeway. In your presentation, you referred to the fact that during the negotiations, council asked for some degree of free public parking and free public access to the beach, but that those negotiations, since the developer withdrew their request to reopen the agreement, that those negotiations were not finalized. So as one council member, I'm certainly dedicated to making sure we have free public parking available for a certain, at least lengthy time, and public access to the beach. So what are our next steps then to make sure that we get assurances that that access will still happen?
Once September 2026 comes on the 12th, council would need to take action to revoke the STP. It's not an automatic revocation. Council has to take action in a public setting. Then those conversations would be reopened under new discussions about everything that's contained in the current STP. In lieu of that, until we find out what their path is, because again, what opened that agreement was the conditions to extend for the 6 years and for the 18 months. And so now both of those are off the table. So there is no room to navigate or negotiate those two items.
Okay, thank you. So we've seen in the documents, we've heard tonight that the developer states that they are recalibrating the project. The developer is not here to ask what recalibrating the project means to them. Does staff, did staff receive any information from the developer that they have not so far conveyed about what recalibrating the project means?
We have absolutely no idea, and I don't even want to venture a guess, but hoping that it starts with the word Safeway.
Okay, thank you. That's my round. Second round is shorter. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. I also want to add to your Safeway count. The city has owned the Safeway for 11 years now, I believe.
I think it was since 2015 was when they bought it.
Yeah. Yes. Since then, it has remained vacant except for the mold, and has significant issues. If the city owns the Safeway, why can't we just tear it down? And why would they want it the way that it is now, having been vacant, having had holes in the roof before, mold,
Sure.
like all, it's gross.
So part of the, about 3 years ago, I know that none of us have had the pleasure of having big snowstorms in the last couple of years, but there was a big snowstorm 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And we were with bated breath, waiting for that roof to fall in. And if that occurred, we indicated we're scraping that. So the discussion with the developer was that Safeway is a really important part of the market hall, right? So they're going to divide that Safeway. So it's not a redevelopment like inside with the same brick and mortar and roof. They're splitting it down the middle, and then that becomes like the walkway, the paseo down. But we had indicated that actually, this was probably 2020. It was quite a while ago. Council asked about 2020 and about 2023 that we're not putting any more money in. I can't remember the council member, but they indicate, and this was during an update from the developer, that we're not putting any more money in. And then I was asked, why just demolish it? Let's just start. Any developer would want a flat ground to develop. And Mr. Vostridge indicated that the Safeway was a key component of this development, and without the Safeway, there wouldn't be a development. So we stopped having conversations about the Safeway.
So it's a key component, having a decades-old empty building, but it's not in the first phase. Am I right about that so far, as far as we know? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Shorter second round, Councilmember Peterson.
I just have one question left. Okay, looking back at the Q&A from April of 2022, it was a fascinating read because it sounded really, really similar. The council was considering passing the PUD or approving the PUD, and there was a lot of concerns about the lake and moving trees and how long things had taken already way back then, and how much it was going to cost staff moving forward once it was done. And that's when the construction timeline was to be completed in 2025.
Correct.
So that's what they were expecting it then. And back then, we were like, well, what if we just say no? What if we don't go through with this? What if we don't approve it? And the developer said, well, if you don't approve it, then you're going to have to pay us back for all the work that we've put into it. And at that point, back in 2022, they said that they put in 4 to 6 million to cover those costs. Now, 4 years later, how much are they saying that they've put into it?
They've indicated, and thanks for we left that out of the clarification. So the 30 million was how much the construction was going to cost. During the negotiations, they indicated that they had spent 5.2 million thus far, and it would be 6 million by the end of the year in December.
Those numbers sound awfully similar 4 years later. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions? Seeing none, seeing there's no further business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, the meeting is adjourned. And we will now take a 10-minute break and return at 8:26 for Front Range Passenger Rail and Joint Service Update. Thank you. Next. Next is an update. Uh, Please be seated. Next is an update on Front Range Passenger Rail and Joint Service and related stations. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask the staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Making her way down is Sarah Grant, our Deputy Director of Community Development. Ms. Grant, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Sarah Grant. I'm Deputy Director of Community Development, and tonight I'll walk through the Joint Service Rail and Front Range Passenger Rail Station discussion. I will note that staff has reviewed new substantial information on July 14th via email from Joint Service Rail, and that has been presented to Council ahead of this meeting. And tonight's presentation from the rail entities includes some new helpful information received after our memo and presentation materials were finalized, and we'll note that as I go through this presentation. The public can view that email and the correspondence folder linked at the top of staff's memo. Next slide, please. This is a continued discussion between the two station locations, 116th Avenue and Flatiron, weighing regional rail program and local development factors for 116th Avenue as recommended by Joint Service and Front Range Passenger Rail against other local factors that may also favor Flatiron but are not as favorable for regional rail program as outlined by the rail entities' communications Broomfield has linked in the memo. Joint Service Rail stated financial commitments have evolved positively over the last 2 months, and the rail entity's May 26 memo describes cost sharing with Broomfield beyond ADA parking and assessor cost for acquisition. The July 1st response to CCOB's questions have softened that further, and the recent email received 2 days ago and tonight's presentation will go further still, stating that Joint Service now assumes all infrastructure costs and risk and no local funding needed, a welcome development. This has come through an email rather than a formal written update, and staff has asked that the rail entities formalize this in writing with the expectation that this could be ultimately reflected in a future IGA should council select 116th station. No action is requested tonight. A future resolution wouldn't commit Broomfield to funding, construction, or a ballot position. Staff will update the draft resolutions once these new commitments are formalized. Next slide. For context, for the drafted resolutions, Front Range Passenger Rail has asked Council to consider a resolution of a letter of support for Front Range Passenger Rail's development and a station narrative for ballot materials. Front Range Passenger Rail asks that this reminder be included in tonight's presentation. The Front Range Passenger Rail District Board's approval local return of funding principles provide Broomfield with a $2.5 million annually over 25 years, subject to voter approval, plus a 10% bonus for endorsing a station narrative by August 14th. The email received 2 days ago ties that bonus specifically to 116th Avenue, a new precondition. It's staff's current assumption that if council selects Flatiron, Broomfield would be eligible for base funding, but not the bonus, and this needs further clarification. This program is fully optional and can be joined at any time, although the bonus requires action by August 14th to support 116th Avenue based on the new precondition. Funding would support station area design, construction, and connectivity contingent upon voters approving that ballot measure. Next slide. As background on the timeline, Broomfield was added as a Front Range Passenger Rail Station community in November 2025, with staff conversations with Joint Service Rail dating back to early 2025. Throughout this time, staff has flagged infrastructure needs at 116th Avenue and requested written documentation on both sites. Next slide, please. This slide indicates that most corridor communities have adopted a resolution or a letter of support for Front Range Passenger Rail, several noting reservations on the record, and this information is available in staff's memo. Next slide. This map shows the station proximity of the RTD Northwest Rail peak service study proposed stations for both Broomfield and Louisville. This map is for illustration purposes only to show the proximity of the stations. The proposed Joint Service Rail, which is planned to begin by 2029, would serve only one site in Broomfield. Joint Service would build the initial platform, and Front Range Passenger Rail would expand on the initial investment should a ballot initiative pass. As requested by Council, here's a brief context on the development surrounding each site. Flatiron was Broomfield's original 2004 fast track station, now anchored by a 1.4 million square foot Flatiron Crossing Mall with approximately 6 million square feet of office space at Interlochen and about 1,000 nearby hotel rooms. It supports approximately 5,400 households today, growing to 8,800 in the future, including the Hi-Fi redevelopment approved for 750 additional units, and would also serve the nearby Louisville Redtail development and Southern Superior. 116th Avenue was added in 2010 to implement Broomfield's 2008 neighborhood plan vision, linking the station to the US 36 BRT hub as a part of RTD's planning. It is a mixed-use area including commercial, industrial, and residential. New and developing residents include the Polaris Wadsworth, Harvard Station, and Harvest Hills income-aligned housing currently under construction. Nearby is the 2,000-acre Arista District with 2 hotels, and the surrounding area has roughly 3,800 households, growing to 6,300 in the future, plus nearby Westminster households. Next slide. This is the 116th Avenue Station location, which currently lacks sidewalk connectivity and public parking. The rail entity's July 14th email states that joint service will cover all platform parking and sidewalk costs here related to expanding the sidewalk connecting US 36 Broomfield Station to the platform along 116th Avenue. A meaningful and appreciated commitment beyond what the July 1st response document described. This location aligns with Broomfield's TOD planning and also offers reinvestment potential, balanced against some displacement concerns for existing businesses. Broomfield would still need to close sidewalk gaps along Wadsworth Boulevard, the north side of 116th Avenue, likely phased in over time, and a grade-separated underpass currently isn't funded by Joint Service Rail or Front Range Passenger Rail. Of course, local return funding could help offset those costs if it's available, but likely Broomfield may need to identify funding sooner than revenues can be accumulated to be designed and constructed with the station. Further, this requires further investigation and conversation with the rail entities. Next slide. This is the east-facing view from 116th Avenue near the Polaris Apartments, showing where Joint Service Rail would extend the roadway and construct the elevated platform and sidewalks if this location is selected. Next slide. This is the view looking west, an aerial view of towards the US 36 and Broomfield Station. Joint Service July 14th commitment covers the south side sidewalk as noticed previously, and there is our neighborhood gaps that remain. These improvements may see added urgency once service begins, and the parking location is still being finalized. The Joint Service Rail now assumes those costs and risks associated with the parking and property acquisition per the email received 2 days ago. Next slide. This is Flatiron Station location, and staff believes that Flatiron can likely be built largely within the BNSF and RTD property, limiting new acquisition and infrastructure costs outside the platform area, and Broomfield's industrial lane bikeway seen here is nearly complete and will be open shortly. The rail entity's stated concerns center around the 3.5-mile station spacing from the Louisville station relative to their internal 5-mile policy for station spacing. This could cause delays, added Federal Rail Administration scrutiny, and a new Burlington Northern Santa Fe safety review. Their preference remains at 116th Avenue, absent of new compelling information, is their preference. Tonight's presentation from the rail entities add new technical detail not previously documented, and so that was not included in staff's memo, which they will present next. The July 1st and 14th email response document does not definitively state that stating Flatiron would eliminate Broomfield from future service in the future and frames the consequences as risks and process complications. It is anticipated to be presented tonight, this new technical information, to council. Next slide. This is an aerial overview of the Flatiron site at the US 36 and Broomfield BRT station over the existing parking ride, which also connects directly to Denver International Airport via RTD's AB service. The platform would sit just east of Midway Boulevard, where the pedestrian infrastructure already connects to the bus station to the rail platform through the parking lot. RTD leases parking on the south side and owns the park and ride parcel that has more land for expansion for parking. The rail entities assert that expanding for parking on the north side of the tracks could affect Boulder County open space. Broomfield staff confirms that the parcel north is owned by RTD and is permitted up for 10 acres of additional parking if needed. Next slide. And finally, the future decision before council. Staff has prepared 2 parallel draft resolutions, one per site with the same financial protections and a non-binding station narrative for Front Range Passenger Rail's ballot materials. No funding commitment without a separate council approval or any joint service commitments would still be documented in a future IGA. The rail entity's July 14th email, station-specific bonus language, and other new details expected to follow more formally will be incorporated into those resolutions for a future vote. Next slide. Both resolutions include protective language acknowledging Broomfield is acting with the best available information with the ability to revisit its position as more details emerge. Station support qualifies Broomfield for the Front Range Passenger Rail Local Return of Funding for $2.5 million annually over 25 years, a program that can be joined at any time. Selecting 116th Avenue by August 14th would secure a 10% bonus worth about $250,000 annually. Both the base amount and bonus depend on voters passing the district ballot measure. Neither resolution locks in a cost-sharing framework. Any IGA returns to council separately. Next slide. To summarize council's future action, currently anticipated for August 11th, would be provide the opportunity to select the station location and adopt the corresponding resolution and public-facing station narrative. A draft of these narratives are included in the agenda packet and draft resolutions. These resolutions would commit Broomfield to funding, construction, or a ballot position. Unknowns remain non-binding until council acts again. Given the rail entity's encouraging shift towards assuming financial risk, along with this week's new technical information and bonus details, staff will pursue formal written documentation of these commitments. The decision remains council's weighing 116th Avenue alongside Flatiron in consideration of broader community priorities and regional rail program delivery and associated risks. Next slide. And finally, some visual context, some ground level and aerial footage on both sites. And thank you for the opportunity to present this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Grant, for your presentation and your work on this project. Next is a presentation from Front Range Passenger Rail. Just as we ask staff to keep their presentation brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will the Front Range Passenger Rail representative please identify themselves for the record before beginning their brief presentation this evening? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us again this evening. Mayor Pro Tem and members of Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. And thank you to Anna Burton-Zetti, to Sarah Grant, and Katie Allen for their continued dialogue between the City and County of Broomfield and both project teams, Joint Service and Front Range Passenger Rail. Our purpose here tonight is to provide clarity about what is being proposed, why 116th Avenue is being recommended as the preferred station site, and what Joint Service Project is committing to deliver first. Tonight, I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues to help me provide this information. First, right here is John Putnam, is the board chair of the Front Range Passenger Rail District, who was a senior advisor for the Colorado Department of Transportation after serving as the general counsel at the United States Department of Transportation under the last presidential administration. John will help focus on the local return policy and answer any specific questions related to Front Range Passenger Rail District. Carrie Wilson is the Vice President of Professional Engineering at H&TB, based out of their Denver office, and has been a lead consultant supporting the Joint Service Project. Carrie will help you all provide information related to the technical aspects of both 116th Avenue and Flatirons. Finally, my colleague and peer, Mo Sullivan, back here, is the Assistant Director of Passenger Rail, is also here tonight to provide support and help answer questions related to both Joint Service and Front Range Passenger Rail, as her team has co-led the Service Development Plan, also called an SDP, but in a different manner, and are the subject matter experts related to passenger rail, station development, host railroad collaboration, and railroad engineering. I want to be especially direct about one point. Broomfield is not being asked to pay for any of the development of the platform, the connectivity to the platform, parking, or acquisition of any needed property to support parking needs. From the project team's perspective, we see no real risk to the City and County of Broomfield. Before beginning this presentation, the recommendation of 116th Avenue is not arbitrary, nor should 116th Avenue and Flatirons be seen as equal when coming to the technical considerations. The recommendation of 116th Avenue is based on track geometry, station spacing, host railroad requirements, operational performance, future expandability, and the need to preserve project eligibility and competitiveness for federal intercity passenger rail funding. We appreciate the tumultuous history of getting rail service in the Northwest communities and how Broomfield has rallied to support Senate Bill 24-184, which has made this opportunity real, and to be part of the solution to deliver the service. And because of that collaboration, we are the closest we have ever been to getting rail finally through Northwest Colorado communities. bringing together not only 6 different agencies and departments, but bringing BNSF to the table, and the opportunity to do this without any new sales tax is being leveraged by using existing revenue streams, one of which is the very sales and use tax Broomfield residents have been paying into. These are the real constraints this project must operate within, and our obligation with you all is to be honest about those constraints while continuously working to collaborate with Broomfield on access, design, connectivity, parking, and how the investment will best serve Broomfield and Coloradans. So with that, next slide, please. This is our overview slide here. Joint Service and Front Range Passenger Rail are jointly recommending 116th as the station location for Broomfield. This maintains and holds the 5-mile station distance throughout the northern Denver metro area. And a few definitions here for you all on intercity passenger rail and commuter rail from the FRA, which I know has been a question that council has sent us and also communicated via Sarah. So those are listed here for you as well. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Lim, who I said last time that the definitions really here are as clear as mud when you look at intercity passenger rail and it says rail transportation except commuter rail transportation. So it's not really, it's very difficult to navigate this. The Joint Service Executive Oversight Committee, which is the governing body of Joint Service, has budgeted for an amenities package for each station location along the rail alignment, and we have shared this information before as well. Front Range Passenger Rail District, on the other hand, however, is asking Broomfield Council to approve the station narrative for 116th Avenue, which will enable a 10% incentive boost to the planned local return program funding. Front Range Passenger Rail District has adopted this local return policy to send 2.5 as the base to the city and county of Broomfield, returning those local dollars straight back here for local control for a period of 25 years starting in 2029 and then jumping to 2.75 on top with a 10% boost, totaling $68 million roughly for station area improvements over 25 years for the city and county to develop this site as they see fit. Next slide, please. First and foremost, the Joint Service project is committed to delivering a functional, safe, and ADA accessible passenger rail platform in every single community that we can. Joint Service has budgeted for a standard package of station infrastructure at every single platform location, including at 116th. And we also have included sidewalk connectivity to that pedestrian bridge as well. Currently, it's assumed that we would be paying for all the needed infrastructure for Broomfield Stop and is not asking for any local funding to do this. Core station elements are intended to provide a consistent rider experience across the corridor while minimizing local financial responsibilities and acknowledging that many communities, especially Denver all the way through Longmont, have paid into the fast track sales and use tax. Supplemental investments will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis based on local conditions and available infrastructure. Next slide, please. The first takeaway here that I want to make crystal clear is that the Joint Service project is assuming all costs for the development of the rail platform, amenities at the platform, sidewalk connectivity, and parking, including the acquisition of property to support parking needs. The second takeaway here for the city and county, and I want to address this because I think this has been a council question as well, is that the project is paying for all of the design costs associated with the platform, with sidewalk connectivity and the parking. That's what the April 28th, 2026 vote was so monumental at the RTD board and the 5 other governing bodies that we had to go in front of in a 59-to-1 vote where they authorized $5.58 million from RTD for using the sales and use tax and then CTIO for their portion of the project as well for this cost. This is the first time the project is actually sharing with locals what the budget looks like right now. The reason that we have not shared this with any other municipality or that we have not sent this to Sarah before is just recognizing that a lot of the communities here have seen budgets from previous projects related to Northwest Rail, and we are very, very sensitive to share a version 1 of this draft budget, knowing it's going to fluctuate as we go through the preliminary engineering. Right here, what you see, and I need to clarify one point, is that I added an additional column or row here on professional services. The amenities that will be paid for within the right-of-way are about 5.75. The design costs plus post-design costs are actually, that equals your professional services. So I made one mistake in making this slide here, but want to clarify that about 5.75 is what the project is paying for the platform and those amenities that we've spoken with before. And then total for Broomfield, it's about an $11.5 million package. We don't want to share the cost budget for outside of the right-of-way as that has our number in there for property acquisition, and we don't want to publicly put that out there and then see costs increase. But really, this is the first time we're sharing this budget. It's going to fluctuate throughout time as we actually develop and go through the engineering. Next slide, please. And I will turn it over here to John to discuss the Front Range Passenger Rail's local return program.
Thank you, Brandon, and good evening, council. I'll be brief. I'm John Putnam, Chair of the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board, and really want to just quickly reinforce one of the things that we're trying to avoid is creating an unfunded mandate associated with the station area. So as a policy matter, in January, the board formally approved the idea of having a local return program. It's a different approach for Colorado. It's a different approach from the way that these things normally work. We acknowledged from the very beginning that land use and other sort of connectivity decisions need to be at the level of local government, but also recognize that we need to put resources back to the communities to do that. So knowing that if a measure is referred and if it's approved by the voters, that some of that revenue will come from Broomfield, we wanted to make sure that we could send some of that revenue back to Broomfield to accomplish these critical points. It's also important for us to be able to get agreements and resolutions of support in favor of that. It helps us show that we have stations in place and that we don't have lots of uncertainty looming into the future. We think that's going to be important. We know folks have been disappointed. I'm disappointed myself as a taxpayer who's been paying in on fast tracks for years. And we are all committed to actually delivering and getting this done. And we think this is an important part about it. To reinforce Ms. Grant's point, this will be subject to an IGA later, assuming that we do refer and assuming that it does get approved by the voters. So we'll have a chance to work through those details, but we think it's really important to be able to provide these funds back, provide you the tools, because our system will be only as good as the connectivity and the creativity that communities put in it. Brandon, back to you.
Thank you, John. Next slide, please. This is, we showed this at the June 9th City Council meeting, but this is the standardized amenities package and investments that Joint Service is making at every single station from Westminster all the way through Fort Collins. So this is cost 100% covered by the project budget that we already have. Next slide, please. And then this next slide just shows you again, reiterating at 116th Avenue, again, we are paying, the project pays for all of this. What you'll see at the bottom on supplemental investments is a baseline budget has already been included, but we are also have a budget for parking and for property and lease identification as well. So we've added more money to Broomfield's budget, and we made that decision actually after consulting RTD's board back in February before this project was talked about in the public space and not an executive session, to add more money to certain communities to make sure that we could build out these sites. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Wilson for this next technical review of 116th Avenue and Flatirons, but we'll start with our exhibit here as well for you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. As Brandon said, this is just a quick exhibit of 116th. And so I believe you've all seen this before. Some of the updates is we really wanted to demonstrate that sidewalk and that proposed sidewalk and that connectivity from basically the platform all the way down to the pedestrian bridge. And so you can see that in bold. We've also added just a note there because we haven't decided, we need to coordinate with Broomfield and discuss where is the best site for parking. So that's there, as you can see, kind of in the blow up, just your standard platform, low level platform. I don't want to go too much into the details, but if there are questions about why, say, low level platforms versus other types of, that's because we are a shared freight corridor as well as passenger, and that's a requirement when you have kind of this interoperability on tracks. Also, as you can see there, just some ADA ramps. We also are showing a retaining wall, recognizing that there is an elevation difference between the tracks and the existing ground or its surrounding area there. But again, this is very conceptual. We just wanted to make sure that we identified that and that we're aware of that elevation difference. Next slide, please. And so just kind of going over a high level when we were, excuse me, when we were looking at kind of the two sites very early on, and what kind of pushed us towards 116th. First of all, is just kind of the track geometry. And so there are 4,000 feet of track between basically the closest curve and the closest grade crossing. And that really excuse me, that really aligns with BNSF's platform guidelines. We need to avoid curves at all cost. Obviously, you don't want to be boarding on a curve. It's just not safe. As well as just that distance from grade crossings. And so with that, again, there's a lot of room here, not just for joint service, but for the next phase, for Front Range passenger rail. And so again, just wanted to reiterate that because of those locations, there really are no, we don't, thank you, we don't anticipate impacting that crossing, meaning it's one less permit and coordination that we need to go through with the PUC. We've talked about station spacing. Again, the 6.1 miles between Broomfield 116th and the next station, Louisville, to the north is 6.1 miles. This does meet the district's policy. And it really allows us to, these trains to be able to accelerate, to maintain the speed, and really remain competitive with driving. And that was really a mandate, right, of SB 184, is we need to be competitive with driving. And it kind of, what does all of this mean, right? It's from an operational standpoint, this has already gone in as these locations at this stop. So we have a schedule, and that schedule, I will tell you, is, there's a lot of coordination with freight traffic as well as the RTD BNG line, because this actually starts at DUS, starts and ends at DUS, between DUS and Fort Collins. And so with that, we are really threading the needle without having to do, from a joint service standpoint, without having to have passenger meets. And so that's really important. Something else is that BNSF is allowing us to board off the main line without having to have siding tracks or station sidings. And that's not the case for the next phase. That's something that, again, has been negotiated with BNSF. And so it just that, the station spacing as well as that track geometry is really important, because those next phases, we need to be able to protect that, to be able to move forward, lengthen those platforms, as well as providing station sidings. And again, it just, we've been moving forward. The timetable is in place. This has been agreed to by the JSEOC. It has been, agreed to with BNSF. So just a lot that would impact our schedule if we had to go backwards. Next slide. And so kind of, the difference here from a Flatiron section is, again, a lot smaller, so only 1,600 feet of tangent. And, as a reminder, we're assuming 370-foot platforms. With the extension, that's going to be a 700-foot platform. Then you start adding, like I was saying, you start adding station sidings and pulling off of the main line and adding that, you're at your 1,600 feet. I actually went back and looked at the RTD peak service, and their station sidings were 2,000 to 3,000 feet in this area. So you are definitely impacting curves. You're definitely impacting Brainerd Drive. So again, it really limits that expansion. And then, as we talked about before, only 3.5 miles, which doesn't meet the current district policy for a minimum of 5. And just, again, talking through that of what would need to be done. We don't want to say absolutes. We would definitely need to relook at it. But as I said, that timetable, we are threading between schedules with RTD as well as freight traffic. And so that would have to be relooked at. That would have to be agreed upon, as well as just kind of those domino effects. And I would say the big thing is just working with the railroad. That's probably key, is will they even allow us to relook at a Flatiron option? And next slide, please. And again, we did not progress the viewing Flatiron, so we don't have an exhibit, but we were able to pull this and kind of, so you can see some of what we were just talking about, that constraint. Again, so the X is the crossing, kind of, you can see the curve there in orange. Between that is 1,600 feet. And so again, in this case, the tracks are actually depressed below. And so there will still need to be things like retaining walls. It's a little bit from a constructability standpoint, not that it's not, you're not able to do it. It's just a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit easier to add earth and, dirt work and put a platform versus to digging it up, especially right next to an active freight rail line. And then also, again, there's just some challenges, like we said, you're probably going to impact that crossing, which means, working with the PUC. And then also just looking at some of this, the open space, and that just might limit you from a development type standpoint, or just even from the connectability. And it just opens us up to, again, more permitting that we had not anticipated. Next slide.
We'll just close out with these last two slides, just kind of showing you currently what's assumed for the corridor from Denver all the way to Fort Collins. This is all stations that were looked at for joint service and FRPR, really just maintain those 5 miles in between to ensure that stations and speeds are met, schedules are consistent, and that is why we have chosen 116th. We can go to the next slide, please. The next slide graphic here kind of just shows you the totality. Westminster had 2 stations, Broomfield has 3 stations too, and this one right here, but really just kind of showing you we couldn't insert and put all of the stations promised under RTD's Fast Tracks promise made 20 years ago. We had to make some decisions of where these stations were going to go. For example, when this project initially started, we made a lot of assumptions that because the Westminster 72nd station was already built and constructed and kind of had and fit our North Star goal of reducing costs where we could, was our first station that we kind of landed on. And after working with their leadership, we've kind of amended that and are now trying to get 88th as well, but really showing you how close these stations are to each other. Louisville to the north here is only 3.5 miles from Flatiron. And then in between Flatiron and 116th are just 2.6 miles. So really, we have maintained that distance of 5 miles in between this. I want to make it also crystal clear just before we wrap up. It's a both and on the station spacing. While the district has their policy, we also are trying to adhere to the FRA and making sure that we just maintain these stations are separate. This is an intercity passenger rail project. It is not commuter. I think the region and I think a lot of individuals are steeped in what was 20 years ago and are still kind of looking at our project through that lens of this is commuter when it's really intercity passenger rail. It might look like this through the northern Colorado communities. Looks like commuter, but when you're connecting Fort Collins to Denver, Longmont to Denver, and then going from Fort Collins to Pueblo, this is intercity passenger rail. So I'll stop there because I think we do public comment and then come back for questions. But thank you, Council.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. We will now proceed with public comments, which will be limited to 90 minutes for this item. We had a sign-up sheet in the lobby. That list, along with the list of anyone calling in, will be used to determine the order of speakers. We will hear from 6 in-person individuals, then 1 phone caller until we hit these limits. When I call your name, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. We'll call the first 3 people up to the podium in person. First is Charles Lorberin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Seth Patterson is next, and Peter Kraus is third. Thank you.
Charles Lobro, Brandywine. This is a slight change from the June 9th presentation, which I believe was the first presentation to the council. So it was obviously new information. I see there's a few questions that are still pertinent relative to June 9th and still. The target was from the capacity of the customers. The customers in Broomfield are largely quite a bit out of the area relative to the location at 116th. Clearly, somebody in Anthem would be using Louisville as a closer location. For the rest of us, I'm in Brandywine, which is I could just as easily use either one of them. I can see the advantage of possibly a Westminster 88th for both parking and for access. The other aspect is for the people coming in, they're coming into an industrial area. And I think the other thing about industrial areas, we lose the tax revenue for development as a tax area. And that's also a consideration. So you have to weigh both aspects. And also in terms of the tourism, is it really a tourist area? Because now they can get off that platform. Now where do they go? We have the classic situation of the infrastructure. There's still a lot of development needs that would be deep, and you take away the industrial aspect relative to that. The other thing is in terms of the, I see there's a slight difference between the two. Looking at Louisville and Westminster, sometimes the advantage of either is not really that large relative to the largest, Broomfield constituents, of which I am part of that. Sometimes I would say that sometimes the answer is TINA. There is no agreement, and I think neither the foothills nor the 116th really fits the idea of Broomfield looking at a sustainable and thoughtful process of developing a project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pedersen?
Seth Patterson, Ward 1, 40-year plus resident of Broomfield. First, I failed to thank staff for an excellent presentation on the Broomfield Town Square. I do have some questions. I favor, obviously, the project. I'm inclined to favor the 116th location for a couple of reasons. One, previous speaker talked about that being an industrial area, which it is. But I also noted in the slides an RTD study about a TOD development there. So I think it could provide a great opportunity to redevelop that area, which I think is sorely needed. In terms of taxes, I'm curious, or the sales tax, I'm curious what polling the group has done on that passing. I would note, and it's no surprise to anybody, with the fast tracks funding not providing anything on the north end, I think there's huge mistrust, clearly of RTD. We realize this isn't RTD, but I don't think the public's going to make much distinction there. So I'm curious what the Front Range Passenger Rail and COCO group, what polling they have done and what they plan to do to address that mistrust. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Kraus. After Mr. Kraus is Ryan Seedy. Go ahead. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Council. My name is Peter Kraus. I live in the Eagle Trace neighborhood. Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and staff. We're here tonight to consider spending limited tax dollars to fund a station for COCO Express. When voters approved the Fast Tracks initiative in 2004, it was presented as a way to reduce traffic congestion and improve air quality along Colorado's Front Range. More than 2 decades later, the results tell a different story. According to RTD's March 2026 ridership figures, approximately 1.6 million passenger trips were taken on Fast Tracks that month. During that same period, the Denver Regional Council of Governments, DRCOG, estimates that there were roughly 300 million monthly vehicle trips across the Denver metropolitan area. Even accounting for the fact that some transit riders make multiple trips, rail represents only a tiny fraction of the region's overall travel. It has not significantly reduced traffic congestion, nor has it delivered the level of pollution reduction that was originally promised. The financial picture is equally concerning. RTD originally projected Fast Tracks would cost $4.7 billion to complete. Instead, approximately $5.6 billion has been spent to finish only about 75% of the project, a cost overrun of approximately 33%. Completing the remaining portion for only $1.6 billion, especially in today's inflationary environment, seems highly unlikely. At the same time, ridership has consistently fallen well short of the original projections. Simply building more rail has not changed how most people choose to travel. As one of my neighbors in Eagle Trace put it, it's too inconvenient to get to and from the station. That single comment reflects a larger reality. For many people, fixed route rail does not solve the first mile and last mile problem. Rail remains an outstanding way to move massive quantities of freight, but using a transportation system designed in the 19th century as our primary vision for moving people into the future deserves another look. Instead of committing another $300 million to this project, let's invest in the next generation of transportation, autonomous electric vehicles. I've experienced this technology firsthand in Las Vegas, and it was nothing short of remarkable. For seniors, people who are blind or disabled, or the many metro area residents who don't own a car, autonomous electric transportation could be transformative. Rather than driving to a station, finding parking, and following a fixed schedule, people could simply request a ride from an app. The vehicle would arrive using our existing road network, provide true door-to-door service, eliminate the first and last mile problem, and take passengers exactly where they need to go before returning them home safely. Before we invest hundreds of millions of dollars in yesterday's transportation model, we should ask whether those dollars could achieve greater mobility, convenience, and value by embracing tomorrow's technology. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next in person. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rian Ziadi. I'm in Country Vista Ward 1. Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council for allowing me to be here. So I am very supportive of this project. I think public transportation is fantastic, and I think maybe I misunderstood, but I think contrary to the previous person who spoke, this isn't going to cost us any additional funding. So I'm all for that. And the rail line is already existing. So I think the funding has already been achieved. And so this is just a decision between 116th station and the Flatiron station. I advocate for the 116th station. I think that location currently could use from an added amenity. It's a little bit of a rougher location, and this would serve to improve that area. I think my daughters use public transportation. My one daughter works in Denver at DeVita, and she has to drive to the Thornton location to catch the train into Denver. So anyhow, whatever you can do to approve the 116th station would be really appreciated. And I just want to read a statement from my other daughter who is not here tonight, who couldn't be here tonight because of work, but she said, "Here is my statement for tonight's meeting." Her name is Ariadne Ziadi. So I'll just go ahead and read that. She says, "Good evening. Thank you, City Council. I am reading this statement on behalf of my daughter, who is 23 years old and cannot be at this meeting due to work conflict. Her statement is, I am in favor of this connector rail for two reasons. I live in Broomfield and work in Denver. I currently use the N-Line light rail to get to work every day. This rail saves me time, money, and energy. It's clean, reliable, and efficient. I love the convenience of public transportation and always default to using the light rail whenever possible. A connector rail that spans across the Front Range would be hugely convenient. I work part-time as a festival promoter and talent buyer. I work in festivals from Pueblo to Denver to Boulder. Commuting to these festivals is expensive, both in gas and the wear and tear on my car. On top of that, these jobs do not pay very much, so I'm always looking to save money where I can. The ability to use a connector rail instead of driving to these festivals myself would save me $485 per year in the cost of gas and maintenance. In summation, as a young professional, I fully support and would welcome a connector rail stop in Broomfield." So that's what I have to say. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have a caller online who wishes to speak. If you would state your name and neighborhood for the record.
All right, caller and number ending in 716. Please press *6 when prompted to unmute and state your name and neighborhood for the record. They are still muted.
If we get a hold of them later, then we'll have them make their comment after we proceed further. That's okay. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Please
I'm
come
not
to
sure if this is working, but I will go ahead.
There we
Hi,
are.
my name is Vicky Hurdy, and I am in the Country Vista neighborhood.
Go ahead. We hear you.
Oh, okay, you can hear me, thanks. Hi, my name is Vicky Hurdy, and I am in the Country Vista neighborhood. And I wanted to say first off, thank you for all this work, and I'm a big proponent of establishing a rail line between all of these cities, and I can't wait to be able to hop on a train to go to Fort Collins or to Denver. I'm a fan of the location at 116th. I think it is a better location than the Flatiron Station, since I don't think we gain a lot from having the bus station and the proposed train route overlapping. They seem fairly redundant in the case of the Flatiron Flyer. I do acknowledge that, yeah, it's industrial, but that can be redeveloped, and I think that would be an interesting location to be, whereas the Flatiron Station is open space, and it should remain so. I think it's also difficult to get there without a car, whereas the 116th location is a bit easier to access. I also think that the argument about speeds and distance between stations is compelling and makes sense, which is another point in favor of the 116th station. And my biggest concern for the overall project is the lack of regular routes. And I think it's critical to make plans for potential expansions, and so that hopefully this popular rail can get even more popular. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have a few other speakers who want to speak in person and make public comments. Please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Oh, hi. Sarah Taylor. I live in First Filing in Ward 3. I also want to speak up in favor of 116th. I know there was a discussion earlier about 116th being near nothing, but it's right there by Arista. It's 1.6 miles to walk across the bridge to Arista, whereas if you were at the Flatiron one, it's a half-mile hike to get to the mall from that station, because I take the bus there to the airport all the time, which is a great bus, by the way. You should all try it. Anyway, I think the 116th station would be a great alternative, and to have that area improved for no money out of our pockets is a really great idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Dave Heineman. I live in Skystone. At the last meeting, when we talked about Front Range Rail, I said philosophically, we should go for this. It would be terrible to have passenger trains running through Broomfield and not have a station where people could get on and off. Even though if I lived, on the far northeast side of Broomfield, it would be a bit of a commute to get to the station wherever we put it. And I think the important thing is both Flatiron Station and 116th are not ideal today. I mean, if you had your choice, these would not be the places where you would plop down a station, but we don't have the choice. And now that they've actually given us a bonus and are willing to do a lot more improvements to the 116th site, it would seem rather strange to say, we'll pass on it or we'll walk away from this. I mean, one of the concerns we had before was that we were on the hook as Broomfield to pay for things that Front Range Passenger Rail wouldn't pay for. Now that that's been removed, it seems like this is a fairly low risk to us kind of option. And therefore, I'm saying we don't have two options anymore, I don't think. I think we only have one option. And it seems like we are now in a much better place to make a commitment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to council questions and comments. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that we've resolved some of the financial questions that were sort of left hanging in the last time we spoke about this, but I wanted to ask a couple of questions because I'm still puzzling over the whole Flatiron versus 116th, mainly on a perception basis, because it feels like 116th was picked because it's 5 miles from Louisville, not because it's the best location in Broomfield. And I'm curious about that because if you look at population count, Louisville is a quarter the size of Broomfield. If you look at traffic counts, there's maybe 6,000 cars a day in Louisville. Flatiron, 90 to 100,000, plus another 25,000 in Interlochen. If we're using the train to get cars off the road, we're not doing that in Louisville. There's a lot more traffic in Flatiron. So I'm trying to understand why are we putting a pin in Louisville and finding a spot 5 miles from that instead of the other way around, considering the amount of traffic and economic development and commerce that's happening at Flatiron compared to Louisville is monumentally different.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. Again, John Putnam from the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board. So kind of rolling the clock back, the original concept from Front Range Passenger Rail was only intercity rail. It would not have had a station between Denver and Boulder. But recognizing that one of the things that we needed to do was address the unfinished business of fast tracks, we needed to look at a hybrid. We could not add all of the stops between Boulder and Denver and still meet the definition of intercity passenger rail. And so we pushed the envelope by getting to 3 stations on that spot. And a matter of equity across the line, we thought it was most equitable to provide one for each community. We'll also note that when RTD did their ridership modeling, the ridership was actually higher in Louisville than it was at either the Broomfield stops. And so I think there's very strong reasons to put Louisville on that stop. It's a regional destination. There are a lot of people within walking distance. There's a lot of business within walking distance. And what we wanted not to do is pit communities against each other. We all have a shared interest in trying to get the unfinished business solved and get this service that we've been paying for quite some time. And this was the most equitable way to do that. If we put those kind of carve outs, I think we'd lose support on the corridor.
Well, you mentioned regional destinations, which is, I think, something that sort of sticks in the craw. Because if you go on your website and you look at your descriptions of all the stations that you've identified, Westminster, you tout how it's right next to downtown Westminster and all the commerce and things to do in the park. Louisville, the downtown destination, restaurants, things to do. Longmont, right at lower downtown, lots of things to do. Loveland, you're right at the corner of the historic National District downtown. And of course, you get to Fort Collins, you're right at CSU. Broomfield, we saw the pictures. So that's the perception. Why is Broomfield a middle of the field but underdeveloped? You say we should do this and we anticipate this will be a catalyst for probably more housing. I don't think anything else is really going to go in there, but more housing, correct? I don't see commerce popping up there.
I mean, I think that's a local land use decision. I think when you take a look at what some of the other communities are doing, they're looking at mixed use and other sort of approaches. But again, that's a local land use decision in terms of how that would work. I think as suggested by some of the members of the public, if you had a clean sheet of paper and could place the rail line anywhere you want, we might put it closer to downtown areas or the town center. We don't have that choice. We have the rail line that we have, and so we're trying to make the most that we can. And certainly, there are ways that we can enhance our website. Happy to work with council and staff on that front. But we want to make, as much possible. We also want to make sure that there are good opportunities for folks in Broomfield to get to other places from Pueblo to Fort Collins, as well as bring folks here to the extent that we can create those opportunities.
I appreciate that. Of course, we want people to come to Broomfield, but they're not going to be able to get to Broomfield amenities as easy as they can get to the Louisville amenities. I'm not trying to pit community against community, but it's stark when you look at the descriptions of the other stations, and we have an undeveloped area that somehow we have to build up in the future. So I just want you to appreciate that Broomfield's taking it on the chin with all the $90 million invested and nothing to show for it. And then we appreciate there's a station, but I hope you'll take into account the fact that this is what we're getting. So I'm curious, you have to win a sales tax vote this fall. What's the message for Broomfield? How are you going to convince Broomfield residents to vote yes?
I think the message for Broomfield residents is that the state, RTD, Front Range Passenger Rail District have all worked pretty hard to negotiate this with BNSF to salvage what we can from Fast Tracks and provide service decades earlier than what would have been possible if RTD were left to their own devices. So it will provide service. We've worked hard from the original vision, which would not have had a station between Boulder and Denver, to make sure that we can provide service in Broomfield. In addition, with the local return program providing $62 or $68 million, it will provide the opportunities to provide connectivity to your activity centers and population centers, as well as the other transit, other sort of opportunities that are out there. So that's the main case that we'd be providing there. And I think to some of the earlier comments, I think we'll be a weaker system without a stop in Broomfield. Would much prefer to be there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to our remote council members. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you to the presenters for knocking out several of my questions to kick things off. I had a few about what is the cost of parking, who pays for it, and what is the cost of all these improvements. And what I gathered from our presentation is that the cost it may change, we're figuring that out, but who pays for it? It's not Broomfield, which is lovely. So appreciate that. And then I do have one additional question, which is just to be really clear about the who pays for whatever, who owns and maintains the parking? So what is the ownership situation of those sorts of things? And then the ongoing maintenance, not just the building of that amenity, who is on the hook for that? And that may be a bit pedantic, but I do want to get that clarified.
Councilmember, in the term sheet, and we're happy to share this with staff as well so that you all have access to it. It's posted publicly on all the board's websites on April 28th. It's contemplated within the term sheet that CTIO, which is the Colorado Transportation Investment Office, which is the creative financing arm of CDOT, would maintain and own the platforms. The same thing would apply to the parking here as well. And that's just due to the really complicated insurance structure behind this to make sure that it just stays on us, the state, to own this, and we would maintain the parking lot. This is one entity of 6 at this project, so we have to talk to everybody about this, let them know. But we also, to your point, I think also on cost of parking, we haven't determined, for example, what a rider would that cost. I don't think there would be a cost to that. We would pay for the parking lot, but if you're talking about parking at the facility, I don't think it would be any different than a park and ride model that currently exists today.
Okay, that's great to know. And yes, I appreciate that's posted publicly. And yeah, I think staff or someone making sure we're directed to that. That would be awesome, because it sounds like something that I should be aware of. So thank you for bringing that up and bringing that to my attention. And then one more item about the parking situation is that are there any concerns that the parking needs assessment would produce results that are cost prohibitive, a little bit more expensive than you all thought? Again, I know we're not on the hook, but are there any hiccups that you foresee with that?
I'm trying to just position myself on the map. So we have the existing RTD parking structure on the opposite side of 116th Avenue, on the other side of US 36, that also could be used for parking that we're mindful of. What we need to do is just lock in the location, one for the access agreement with BNSF, one so that we can actually start the design process. There's a lot of moving pieces right now so that we can start moving on all of the necessary design work. We anticipate there are many things that are going to pop up between now and getting to construction phase. And that is one of the things that we're being mindful of on this parking lot. We don't want to build something large that no one's going to use or be filled up. We want to build it appropriately and right size it, especially when it comes to the ADA parking there as well. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's helpful. And the allusion to the parking structure that already exists, that's kind of a there is some parking infrastructure already. That's not necessarily right at the
Right.
stop, but it is around there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful. And like I said, you knocked out all of really my other questions with the presentation. So those are my questions. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Staff, thank you for the presentation. FRPR Joint Service, thank you for your presentation. I'm going to start off with one question about it's actually not a question. It's a statement about the whole planning for whichever station we pick. For 116th, with the ramp leading up to track level so you can access the platform, I do encourage you all as you're going through the planning process to ensure that the path is sufficiently wide enough to accommodate both bicyclists and just people/ADA so they can move freely together. I know from my experience at Flatiron Station with that big kind of loop down, it is very challenging for bikes to safely interact with people walking up and down the ramps, particularly those who have ADA needs. Second is, I really think you guys do a disservice to yourself when you continue to say that picking Flatirons is detrimental, or not quite detrimental, but it hurts your intercity rail classification status. I have disagreed with that from the very beginning. If you look at the statutes, commuter rail service only mentions that you operate within a metropolitan planning metropolitan area. Front Range Passenger Rail and Joint Service is servicing two different metropolitan areas, so therefore you are already intercity classification. And additionally, when I talk to FRA staff, they have no policies that state station distance is a definition for intercity classification. They do say it may hurt your ability to be competitive for grants, but I think those are two very different statements. And I would encourage you to be mindful of that, especially with a council that is involved as ours. Overall, what I would say to my council colleagues and to the public is both stations have benefits and trade-offs. Overall, I think 116th is a better station location for a few reasons. Number one, it offers better redevelopment potential. And yes, that's going to include housing because people are what drive businesses to come here. It is what allows workers to work at businesses. And Broomfield needs to be a little more comfortable with having additional residences compared to the level of business that we have and what we want. I know we need it for our budget. We need to rework the budget so that way that is not a reason to turn away housing. Number two is this is only 3 trains a day, up to 10 by 2045 with Front Range Passenger Rail being successful at the ballot. We're not going to have a huge amount of individuals taking the train every single day. Not to mention, this train is not starting off tomorrow. So I think a lot of the infrastructure concerns are somewhat misplaced, or at least exaggerated with how quickly we need to adopt this infrastructure. And I think finally, what I would say is, well, yes, Flatirons has more economic activity there. Malls traditionally are not been very good at driving ridership for public transit. You can look at the Aurora Mall. RTD made a huge horseshoe curve to service the R line through that mall. It killed ridership for a few reasons. Not because it went to the mall, but because of how it went. But that mall did not bring in huge ridership. Unless that mall is right on the line, which Flatirons Mall is not, you're not going to have huge ridership gains from this. Interlochen has a 30-ish% vacancy rate, which is here to stay for at least the time being. It is not going to be a huge driver for ridership with this train line. So with that, I would encourage my colleagues to really consider 116th as the preferred location, with the caveat that completion of Northwest Rail as promised by RTD does not preclude Flatiron Station, which is a more important station for commuter rail service, from being constructed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Anderson.
I appreciate the updates and the move towards helping cover the expenses of the parking. I do have some questions following up on Councilmember Delgadillo. And you started to touch on kind of the estimate of the number of parking spots that would be needed, and that would come with time as we better understand the needs, because you do not want to overpark it. I just want to make sure that in the early phases that we're procured, like the thought is to have enough room for expansion, that as these additional routes or the additional train capacity comes on in the future, that there would be additional spots built. Is that kind of the plan, is to plan for the long term on that parking, like the acquisition of that land?
I'm trying to figure out how to answer your question. Building for growth is really important. And so one of the concerns that we've heard from staff, and that we've also heard from council numerous times, is, have you engaged property owners? And to this point, we haven't engaged a property owner yet. There are multiple work streams related to both joint service and Front Range Passenger Rail that we haven't engaged a property owner yet, because we want to just lock in 116th Avenue. Our teams are ready to engage property owners. We have the dollars that we have associated to acquire the property and start that process. But at the same time, council member, we are also trying to start the designs for the platforms. And so through that, we can ensure that there's growth here, but also recognizing that if Front Range Passenger Rail also goes to the ballot and is successful, there's additional dollars on the table to build these sites out even further than what they might be for joint service, which to Councilmember Ward's credit is 3 trains a day, which means 6 times the train would come through Broomfield. So we'll take that into consideration in this next phase. Having the HNTV team here too, as we think about platform design and getting to and from the platform itself. To Councilman Ward's comment too on like bikes, good to hear this. That way when we get into design, we can have our people already here listening to you all. Does that kind of help?
Yes, the fact that building for growth is important is helpful. And then the thought based upon the picture, just want to make the image, just want to make sure that there was kind of a note like parking here near the station, and that was the thought, to be just a few adjacent or 200-300 feet away, not a half mile away. It would be to be right in that vicinity. Okay, just want to clarify that.
And we also didn't want to, council member, we didn't want to let property owners preemptively know through these exhibits without formally engaging them first. I think it'd be a really bad order process to show this on an exhibit in a public session without engaging them later on. So that's why we haven't also shown which parcels we're looking at in that area.
That's completely fair. Just want to make sure it was like pretty close there. And can you, and Councilmember Ward already kind of mentioned too that this is not happening today in this exact moment, and future development will occur, but the concern then comes also with those who are trying to walk or bike or get dropped off. Like there's currently nowhere to seek shelter in the midst of a storm. I kind of brought this up last time, and just thinking out about planning for that, potentially storage for bikes. Maybe there's like someplace like a covering where you could get under for those moments or something, but just keep that in mind that right now there's nowhere to, if you come off that train and there's a storm, there's nowhere to seek shelter. So that was, or do you have any thoughts on that? I should.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. We did initially, at the end of February, really with the support of Community Solutions, who's been a great stakeholder to engage in this process, convened a lot of the local planners and city leadership where they were able to join. And we had shown the slide where we showed what the station amenities were. At that time, at the end of February, we actually didn't have we didn't have canopies and wind screens. That was added later on through the spring as an amenity to be added at every single platform to make sure, to your point, that Coloradans and visitors alike have shelter at the platform at each stop along the way. So we've taken that into consideration as well.
Okay, and maybe even a little bit beyond the windscreen. I'm thinking lightning. Like I'm just be thinking about that. I've seen train platforms where there's like a small little enclosed area where you can get inside to seek shelter. Just kind of keep that in mind. Okay, and then are you certain that initial service can be accomplished with the state, local funding and not federal funding? It's in a good place without that federal funding?
So this was really let me back up. Senate Bill 184 mandated a whole lot in there. And one of those was a report due to the legislature and the governor's office detailing the affordability of the revenue streams identified. So the revenue streams were the rental car fee enacted by the legislature in 2024, an oil and gas production fee as well to go towards transit, and then also evaluating RTD sales and use tax as well to whether or not we could do 3 or 5 daily round trips. The initial March 1st report found we definitely could do the 3 round trips. I think we came here in March last year to present on the March 1st findings that said that we did have the revenue available to do this with existing revenue. The reason that we're starting with this is a recognition by Broomfield residents here tonight who have raised this concern, and also just from the general public that people have been paying into a service for a very long time and haven't received it. And really that holds back not only rail service, but it holds back transit ballot measures. It holds back new commitments being made because voters can easily point back to fast tracks and say, we approved this 20 years ago and we still don't have the last 25%. So I think it's out of recognition of that joint service was really born to bring all of the entities together to leverage their existing revenue streams. If the federal government in the future has money available for intercity passenger rail, we absolutely want to go after that. But right now, the good news is we can initiate this rail service, which is a feat of its own, without having to go to the feds and ask for that money right now.
Okay,
we also don't want to do anything, to limit our ability to have a successful grant application to bring back Coloradans taxpayers, their money back here as well. And we can also lean on John to help kind of fill in what that looks like on the federal side for DOT of what a successful grant application looks like for intercity and commuter.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions here. This comes down to, well, how confident should Broomfield be in receiving the optional local return on funding? So that kind of comes back to the polling results, and just curious if you have any initial feel on that. Has there been any polling that's been done to?
I'll defer to the district chair.
It's a great question. I know there was public comment on that question, and can say as a public matter, our most recent polling was over 60%. And so we're actually feeling quite confident that there is public support. No decision has been made by the board. And, we'll still have to evaluate that over the next month and a half, but at least on the polling side, there's very positive information.
Okay, and last question, that's actually, sounds great. So, okay, and then how much flexibility will Broomfield have in negotiating the terms of the future IGA for local return of funding? Is there quite a bit of flexibility there, or how will that be?
So we're designing that to be very flexible. So we're laying out a menu of possible uses, first and last mile connection, station buildings, mixed use development, housing, transit, maybe AVs and micromobility. There's a lot of different things that it could be used for. And really, I think looking to the cities to kind of identify what those are. Obviously, if it's taxpayer dollars involved, we need to make sure they're going to allowable uses and that there's going to be a good, solid plan, accountable plan for all that to work. But I think there's a lot of flexibility to figure out exactly how that works. I know one other issue that, we've talked about with some of the other communities is looking, are there options to pool for bonding against some of that money or other sort of approaches to, really make the most use of it? Because I think it will be important to making this usable and exciting for, for residents to use in the future.
Okay, thank you. And that's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation to staff as well. Thanks, Sarah. So if you can clarify about the ballot measure or potential ballot for sales tax increase. Just to clarify, I've had a question about this from a resident about if it passes, it will be the entire district, not just Broomfield. So whether Broomfield votes yes or no, if the whole district does, we will still be paying the tax, correct?
Thank you, Councilperson Twist. That is correct. So the legislature created the district as a district, which has 2.5 roughly million residents in it. And so it will be a question of whether the majority of people in the district, which reaches from Trinidad to Fort Collins, support the ballot measure.
Right. And that's regardless of whether or not we have which station or if we have a station, right?
So I think ballot measure has not yet been written. It still has to be approved, but I think it's important to show where stations would be, which is one of the reasons why we're looking for resolutions of support.
The 5-mile buffer between stations makes sense to me. I don't think it's reasonable to ask to risk potential funding or not being competitive for grants because of a location preference that also has fairly significant issues. And apologies, I was not at the June 9th meeting, but when I watched the playback, I believe you said that the 3 miles would slow down the train as well because it doesn't have the time to get up to speed. Is that correct? So it would also slow down the full length of, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to clarify. Yeah. So what it is you don't have the time to accelerate because all of a sudden you're stopping, right? And so that's really what it is. And so you're not reaching that maximum capacity and gaining that extra time at, your maximum speed.
Okay, thank you. So I actually really like the 116th location. I think a lot of things about it make sense. I mean, it's not perfect today by a long shot, but I think the arguments for the Flatiron Station were that it was more convenient for residents and that it's a better place for people from outside of Broomfield to drop off. But to those, I would say residents in the north, especially like wards 4 and 5 that are way up there, will still be closer to Louisville than either the 116th or Flatiron Station because we can't move the rail line, just like many Westminster residents will be closer to the Broomfield Station than they would be the Westminster Station. I also don't think that anyone is going to ride the train accidentally. No one's going to go to the mall to buy pants and say, hey, why don't I go to Fort Collins right now? I think it's absolutely reasonable that anyone going to take the train is going to take it on purpose. And as far as where people drop off, it is not a great location at 116th for people dropping off today from other places. However, I am much more concerned about providing connectivity and access for Broomfield residents than anyone else coming in. As it's been mentioned, we have significant opportunity for redevelopment in that area. And I'd also like to point out that it's very near outside of Interlochen, the Arista area and the area just on this side of 36 are some of the most dense and most affordable housing in Broomfield, including the all affordable Harvest Hill apartments. And next week, we have a concept review for affordable housing for veterans. That would be only a block away from the potential 116th station. I think this is potentially very exciting, and I'm really happy to hear about the changes to the financial agreements that have changed since June 9th. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. And thank you to all who have put clearly so much time and effort and thought into bringing this initiative forward. I share my colleagues' excitement and our residents' excitement about this project. So just a couple of questions, because we have really been getting in the weeds on this one, and it's great to get so much detail tonight and previously. So in our June 9th session, it was stated that the cost of this would be commensurate with RTD buses. I even heard a comment tonight about, I'll be able to save X number of dollars when I use the train instead of the bus or the car. I guess I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit more about anticipated costs. And I mean, as someone who has an EcoPass, I'm like, are you going to have a partnership with RTD so, you can be flexible in taking a bus to the train and first mile, last mile stuff, and how that will look?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. It's envisioned, at least within the RTD boundaries, that the fare structure could potentially be the same. The most expensive ticket, I think, in the entire RTD network is a $10 A-line ticket to the airport and coming back. And so there's really real recognition to keep within RTD's boundaries that cost that already exists today. But until we engage an operator, until we can lock in the access agreement with BNSF, move through design, go into construction, some of those questions will come up later, and we'll have some more solid answers on the fare structure and the EcoPass. But it really is envisioned that it would just mirror what RTD looks like today. But until we get further along, that's the current structure right now. What exists outside of the RTD boundaries, so that would be Loveland and Fort Collins, would have a different fare structure potentially, just they're longer away. But we would make sure that the goal is to really ensure that all Coloradans can afford to ride this. The state invested in Mountain Rail, or Winter Park Express, the last season, so 2024 through 2025, and used some of that rental car fee money already to buy down the cost of those tickets. And ridership actually increased 153%. So we already saw a really good case study that when we draw down the cost of tickets and make it affordable for people to go, the ridership follows behind it as well. So that's a really promising case study, at least for a seasonal service that goes to the base of Winter Park Resort, of course, but really encouraging to see that when you actually tie your cost to ride, people will follow behind it.
And Brandon, if I can quickly jump in, thank you, Councilperson Braun, for that great question. Kind of looking beyond that to if there is a ballot measure, if it passes, the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board has passed a policy to focus on prices that will encourage ridership. And so it will be distance-based if you're going to Fort Collins, if you're going to Pueblo, if you're going kind of farther outside of RTD. But there is a desire to negotiate with RTD to align those programs, and they are a critical partner even beyond the initial joint service stage. We'll also note that the legislature directed CDOT to look into kind of interoperable fares so that you can, get onto the bus dang, go to Union Station, get onto Front Range Passenger Rail or another bus dang or a rural transit system or Fort Collins or whatever it might be. They're doing that work right now, and so they'll lead that effort, but I think our hope is to make it as interoperable as possible because it is intercity service. We'd love for somebody who has an RTD EcoPass to be able to go to Fort Collins or Colorado Springs and be able to have interoperability.
I love to hear that. Thank you. Okay, so something that hasn't really come up in this conversation, and I would just be interested in hearing about if other communities are asking these questions, if you've done some of this research. But given that this is in a TOD area, right now it's only 3 or 6, trains passing by someone's house per day. But what concerns are you hearing from residents, given that that's kind of our next phase of this conversation with you engaging in those property owners or people living in those apartment complexes? And now, like, it's great, there's going to be a train station there, but also, 6 times a day, they're going to hear a rumbling going by while they're in a Zoom meeting. So I guess I'm just curious if you could speak to that at all.
And I could say I've done, can't actually count how many of the town hall meetings, from Pueblo to Fort Collins in that area. So I have heard some concerns about that question. So a few, different thoughts and responses on that. Yes, there will be more trains, and because of the kind of change in the coal economy, there are fewer BNSF freight trains going by than there were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and certainly well down from the peak. So there would be more trains. That being said, the trains that we have are about 750 feet in length as opposed to 7,500, or actually some that are up to 15,000 feet right now for some of the empty coal trains that head north. At this point, they will move more quickly. They are much quieter, between 10 to 15 decibels quieter than a freight train. And, working along the Northwest Corridor, have been looking to make sure we can support quiet zones and other sort of things to reduce some of the noise there. So yes, there will be more trains, but I think the actual impacts will be quite modest as opposed to the benefits folks would see from them.
Fantastic. Well, those are all of my questions. I would just say in final comment that I am really excited about the 116th Avenue area. I think it just has a lot of possibilities and gives Broomfield flexibility in the future for developing that area. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think all the council members have gone. I'll ask my questions then. I think mine are directed towards Ms. Grant, first of all. Ms. Grant, are there any federal train systems that have federal funding that are closer than 5 miles apart?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It is my understanding that there are intercity rail services in this nation that do have closer than a 5-mile station spacing. Although I think our rail partners here may be far more versed than I am on all the details.
Okay, thank you. So what are the gaps that staff sees still to what we would need to provide minimally for pedestrian access to this station?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. To 116th Avenue?
Yes, or coming across from Arista, we're talking about. People are applauding that we're going to be able to come across from Arista to this station.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question. So from Arista, the pedestrian connectivity is largely complete on the west side of US 36 Broomfield Station. Once you cross over the pedestrian bridge, the current lack of connectivity is from 116th Avenue to the future rail platform. And as we've just learned from the rail partners, that they are now committing to a complete sidewalk on the south side of 116th Avenue, which is a very welcome addition of infrastructure to be constructed in conjunction with the station opening. And in staff's view, that is the most critical pedestrian connection between these two stations to ensure there's good accessible access for intermodal connections, as well as people living in the Arista neighborhood to be able to access that station. And as noted in the presentation, there are other gaps in the neighborhood, but those could be phased in over time. And then the other additional gap would be on the east side of the rail platform. So currently there is no grade separation. The only access would be down south at 112th Avenue, which Broomfield is in the process of completing that sidewalk connectivity between Main Street and Wadsworth Boulevard. That is under construction now with grant funding and should be largely complete over the next month or two. And then the other option would be to go north to the 120th Avenue connection or Colorado 128. the highway connections. So those would be the two opportunities. So at that location, it would be ideal to have a grade separation somewhere between 116th Avenue at that location to connect the east and west sides of the railroad tracks.
Okay, and you mentioned previously when you were doing your part of the presentation that we would anticipate that if we get the additional funding, that additional 10% of the funding, that would not be available in the short term. Could you explain that a little better?
So in relation to the underpass at 116th Avenue and needing additional funding, is that what?
No, just in general. I thought you were talking about the fact that you anticipated there would be a time gap in receiving the 10% additional funding, and that Broomfield, if Broomfield saw the need for additional infrastructure, that there could be the possibility that Broomfield would need to put Broomfield money into that gap time period until the 10% extra or the whatever came from the taxes came forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I apologize for any confusion. It is not my understanding there would be any delay in the 10% bonus.
Okay.
My understanding is that the funding would be available starting in 2029. Is that correct?
Is that right?
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Actually, I think we would, assuming that we did go to the ballot, assuming that it passed, two big ifs, the taxes would actually not start coming into the state treasury and then released to us until late 27. We haven't figured out the exact timing of the local return, but our expectation would be that we'd negotiate a lot of those point next year, so they could be actually available before 2029 when we actually have the joint service up and running.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for that clarification. And so additionally, one of the points that I made in my presentation is if an underpass is desired at 116th Avenue and 116th Avenue is the desired location, it's staff's assumption that resources would need to be brought to the table to make that underpass as a part of the design of the station in conjunction with the station platform, because they are so integrated in design, as well as construction. We have heard from BNSF that once passenger rail service, joint service rail or passenger rail service is going, it would be very difficult to potentially build an underpass. So my understanding at this time is that joint service rail and Front Range passenger rail would not be supporting the development of an underpass, and that Broomfield would need to bring resources to the table to develop that, and that those resources probably would need to be brought to the table sooner rather than later to help with the development of that station design and construction. Of course, this would be contingent upon upcoming future conversations with the rail entities about what that would look like should council desire 116th Avenue and desire an underpass in that location.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. So the Front Range passenger rail presentation referred to the fact that Flatirons is surrounded by boulder open space. And I had a different impression from staff's presentation that staff thought that there would be adequate land resources without touching Boulder's open space at Flatiron. Did I have the right impression, or could you describe your?
Yes, thank
Again.
you, Mayor Pro Tem. So in my presentation, I described that at the Flatiron Station, RTD actually owns the property where the existing park and ride facility is between US 36 and the rail station. They also own additional land on that property, so there's availability to potentially expand that parking on RTD property should additional parking be available. And given that RTD is a partner in the joint service rail partnership, it would be likely that RTD would hopefully help out with that expansion on their property. On the north side of the tracks, RTD owns an additional property. It's not property of Boulder County Open Space. And that property is designated in Broomfield, per our previous agreements on that parcel, that up to 10 acres of parking could be potentially provided on that RTD parcel, directly north of the potential station location.
Okay, thank you. This is for staff, but you may defer. I'm wondering if you're going to refer to the city manager. So there's a lot of hope expressed for a vision here of redevelopment at 116th Street. What, it could be a planning question, what would be ballpark of an estimate of a time frame in which this area would possibly redevelop to have a comparable densities in residences to the Flatiron area? Can we vision that?
It's another one of those crystal ball kind of questions. I don't think we'd have a good sense of the interest or the magnitude of the redevelopment from 116th until 116th was secured and the ridership began. And that in and of itself would probably generate interest. And we just don't really have a sense of what that interest would be until we kind of start checking the boxes on getting it passed, solidifying the 116th, council getting behind it, and really putting it out there, marketing it essentially.
To have mixed-use development there, would there be a lot of rezoning involved?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for the rail team. This is a technical question. I'm having trouble picturing that given the height of the berm there with the rail, where the rail goes through, that ADA ramp and actually the entire access to that station is going to be very navigable. I would feel much more confident if I saw a mock-up of that. It does not, I mean, that's a huge height there. And and you are showing on that picture a very short ramp from my perspective of the length in which you're going to achieve that height. I cannot picture that is truly wheelchair accessible there.
Sure, and I will say, so the graphic is just that, it's a graphic, right? And so we still are in the very preliminary stages from a design standpoint, just similar to what I was talking about with the retaining wall. We know we're gonna have to have a retaining wall, so we've put it there, but really, we've made some estimations of how long it's gonna be, but until we get further along into the design phase, we really won't know that. But it will be part of the design criteria to make sure that these ramps do meet ADA requirements. And so you're correct, it might look a little bit longer. There could be some things like maybe we, do something from a grading standpoint to step it a little bit, so it's not a huge 16-foot drop. But again, just a gradual, but definitely we will be meeting ADA requirements.
Okay, thank you. Also for rail, is it now clear, have you clearly expressed to council and staff now that if we will only be eligible for the 10% bonus if we choose the 116th station?
So that's been our policy, is we'd like to lock down those station locations in order to have that certainty moving forward. Certainly still opportunities for discussion, but that's been the policy to date.
Okay. obviously it's not you are claiming that you are not responsible for contacting anyone in the area right now. That's part of your disclaimer of you don't want to wake up the land sharks, as I guess I would put it. But we have not heard from businesses or residents in that area. I feel a great vacuum with that. This is more of my comment. I know we are not responsible for notification, certainly. And you are claiming you don't want, for reasons you have, that you don't want to do it. But we have not received comments from anyone, positive or negative, in that area. And I do feel like we are significantly making a decision to change that area. And I feel, like I said, a vacuum in that respect. When we have significant development proposals, we have notification. We have 1 mile, 2 mile, how many, notification from development proposals. And that's just something we take pride in Broomfield, is that I think we listen to the residents. We at least like to hear what they're thinking, and we are not getting that. So that's just my statement of this feeling of this vacuum of not hearing the voices as we should. And then my last question, what does the dedication of funds to light rail, does that preclude or prohibit any future funds going to Colorado 7 and our bus rapid transit there in any way?
I'm happy to take that question. So it doesn't preclude any of those funds at this point. It wasn't part of Fast Track, so using Fast Track's money for that doesn't affect it. It's not from the same bucket of funds out of the Senate Bill 24-184 or 24-230 that are the other joint service funds. And then to the extent that we do go to the ballot to look at a future phase, that would also be dedicated new funding. So none of these would preclude funds that would go to Colorado 7.
Okay, and there is no possibility, is in your estimation, that we could shift funds in any way from this bucket of funds that you're using to, if we wanted to increase our bus rapid transit instead of rail?
And I'll speak as a big fan of bus rapid transit and hoping that that line and other lines get completed. But under current law and the kind of guidance for the buckets of money that we're looking at and our own authority as the district, I don't think we'd have that authority.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinkle has recently raised her hand remotely. Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lamb. Thank you for all these questions. Sorry, I've been off camera a little bit. My head has been hurting pretty bad this afternoon. And I just wanted to ask some additional questions.
Frozen?
Councilmember Hinkle, I think we cannot hear you and it looks like you've frozen on the screen. Would you like to turn off your camera and speak and see if that works? Or are you reconnecting? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinkle, can you hear us?
Mayor Pro Tem Lim, she's trying to reconnect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm back on. I'm not gonna do video. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I just wanted to know and understand what other cities have been doing as far as concessions. It sounded like we're making a pretty big concession by putting the station at 116th, particularly if it's just housing and there are no businesses there. It's sort of, you know, take it or not have it at all, or, you know, it seems like if we don't take this 116th, then we're holding up the whole process. And I don't want to do that. However, I do want to make the point of what have other cities done to make concessions here on this?
Councilmember Hinkle, this is Brandon speaking. It's to a point that also Councilmember Cohen raised earlier. Specifically, I'm going to go to the Fort Collins station first, because initially the project was looking at a completely different station far south of Fort Collins at their South Transit Center station location, that their existing transit station there. And after engaging them last year, when we started in the fall and winter showing all these initial platform designs, kind of what we had shown here tonight, they had some strong feelings about where their station was at. And so we shared with them the true cost of what it is to move a station further. It's millions of dollars for the signaling and system that has to go in. And so we actually accommodated and moved the station in Fort Collins to be more central to their midtown. That was not initially our decision or our first choice. And then even in Westminster, after engaging them last year as well, really serious conversations began to hear them out on what they wanted to see. And so it's not that joint service and Front Range Passenger Rail are by any means sliding Broomfield and saying that you can't have flat irons. It's just that there are very technical considerations related to the railroad itself and expanding into the future as well that make that location just more technically challenging. And so I wouldn't say there have been concessions from any city to the joint service or Front Range Passenger Rail team to get support, vice versa. We've actually amended locations as we've gone. The effect of Broomfield next month on the 11th potentially going with flat irons is that we have to go back to BNSF when we are trying to actively wrap up those negotiations so that we can sign the access agreement, which would really put into motion our ability to do all of the engineering, move into construction, and do this process. And we have to go back and renegotiate the capital project list, the schedule, relook at everything, and have FRPR also realign their station policy. And so it's just another work stream that's added. But if there are, and we've shared this before, if there's compelling information beyond what we've already heard even tonight on flat irons, we're happy to hear you all out and really work with you. The impact to Broomfield is that if you did go with flat irons as your preference, it does slow down the design phase and construction for Broomfield. That means that everyone else, as we move along this process, would get their service in 2029 as we envision and as the legislature lays out for us to start service then. And Broomfield might just be behind the curve on that. And we don't want that. Granted, if there's one municipality not being served, the train's going to go a little bit faster and schedules are going to look different. But our intention is to wrap in Broomfield and make sure that we have a station here for the city and county. So there have been no concessions made by cities and counties to us. In fact, we've been listening really hard to others. So I don't know if that's helpful, Councilmember Hinkle.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm feeling like, you know, this conversation about Flatiron Station should have probably happened earlier and with the stakeholdering. Then we wouldn't be sort of deemed as the ones, you know, possibly holding this up. I do want to know if we do put it at 1/16, you know, what would the priority be as far as timing goes for getting the parking going, and would we receive priority over others, or how would that play out as far as timing goes?
Thank you, Councilperson Hinkle. I think the idea would be to make sure that everybody had the parking and connectivity that they needed by the time service would start in 2029. So I don't think we'd put you ahead or behind other folks in that regard.
Okay, thank you. My main concerns are with this is that, you know, I do worry about sounds being around housing. We have zoning issues there if we don't have much commerce in that area. So I will be a dissent right now on 116th. I feel like we are better off having a station at Flatiron, and I really sort of caution this idea that you know, that if we don't move this in this one area or have this station here, that it would totally halt the process. I am just really concerned as far as if we have another chance again. You know, I don't feel like, you know, I think the points, and I've just sort of looked them up with Amtrak and other federal dollars that have gone to stations that have been within, you know, 3 miles of each other, and they did receive their funding, and it didn't seem like 79 miles per hour was the standard. You know, it seems like it's a max, it's not a minimum. And it doesn't seem like that would hold it up. It seems like to me, and I mean this in the most respectful way, I feel like the stakeholdering on this should have happened earlier, and we should have been a much bigger player in the, you know, response to where our particular station is. I know that you wanted to include us, and we, you know, everyone wants to be included, and so I'm very thankful to be included, but also we know that we are a you know, we are a bedroom community of other areas, so this would be a perfect place to have a station. So, and by perfect, I mean also for our commerce as well. So I do worry about 116th, and I am more in favor of Flatirons at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all the council members' questions. Thank you very much for this update. And we'll I will look for staff to provide information in the future about any next steps. Did you wish to fill in any blanks there?
No, excuse me, but I know the Front Range passenger rail team needs to move swiftly. So we anticipate circling back with staff, and we'll provide council an update on an as soon as possible basis about what comes next.
Oh, sorry, we did not see the mayor's hand is up.
It
We
just
won't-
went up.
We won't
and,
cut her off.
I wasn't waiting. I just put it up. I wanted to say some final thoughts. And first, I want to thank the Front Range Passenger Rail folks for really working with us and hearing our concerns about the financial uncertainties and coming back with these reassurances that for me really make a difference, because that really was what was giving me a little heartburn, is not knowing what costs we could incur. So I want to extend my gratitude and also appreciate the outreach from your team. I am in a place now where, you know, I think we need to go with 116th. I think that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you all for your work and working with us at this 11th hour to try to dispel some of our skepticism and concern. So thank you all so much.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. That concludes our council comments. Thank you very much for your time and effort. Requests for future action. There are no mayor or council member requests for future action this evening. This council meeting is adjourned. Thank you.